All right, it looks like we're ready. So we'll take the house lights down, we'll light the stage, and we're ready to get started. We have a lot of folks still coming in, but they'll be ready to join us. And those of you that came on time, we treat this like a bid alert. If you're late submitting that RFP, you get left out. Is that a true statement? If you don't get your quote in on time in local government and state government and federal government, you're left out. So you can get here when you can, but those of that you are here, we want to reward you for taking your time to make sure we get here on time. Is that a good statement? That's what we do in our small business office. And if you get a chance, thank our team members who helped put this together. We're all wearing our black shirts, and you'll see our yellow lanyards. This event takes all year for us to put together. And we all know that this year has been trying and some challenging times. But our exhibitors are here to do business with you and to provide those services and resources for you. And we're very appreciative of that. So as we present our program this morning, I want to introduce to you a very special person we just welcomed to Bexar County, and that's our new purchasing agent. He didn't know he was going to have to do this, but I was walking down the hallway one day, and I looked up and I said, "Greg, you're on program." He said, "For what?" Okay, and he's told me he's been a little bit nervous, but he's a veteran himself, right? Is that a true statement, Greg?
Yes, ma'am.
So he has that courage to take on Bexar County and all that we're doing on behalf of Bexar County. So join me in welcoming Greg Galloway, Bexar County Purchasing Agent, who will serve for the MC for the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Good morning. We're glad to have you and receive you. Welcome to the 25th Annual Bexar County Business Conference. On behalf of my team, the Purchasing Department within Bexar County, I cordially invite you to step over into the other hall if you're not set to do business with Bexar County. My staff is on site. We are here to help you, inform you, and actually live set you up in our system so that you have these opportunities, like Renee mentioned, to work with us. Now, in the event that I lock up, I expect a standing ovation. I'll tiptoe right on over there and go to the safety of the curtains, and I'll conduct the program from there. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get the official program started. So I am going to introduce, give me one second here, I'm sorry. Mr. Garrett Stacy, Vice Commander, the American Legion, Adiel Murphy, Post 336, to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm here to represent Mr. Garrett.
Okay.
Miguel Avila. Good morning, everyone. If you please would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would remove your caps. Here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next, we're going to do the POW presentation.
Please stand. Apologies.
Those who have served and those currently serving in the Uniformed Services of the United States are ever mindful that the sweetness and enduring peace has always been tainted by the bitterness of personal sacrifice. We are compelled to never forget that while we enjoy our daily pleasures, there are others who have endured and many still be enduring the agonies of pain, deprivation, and imprisonment. Before we begin our activities, we pause to recognize our POWs and MIAs. We call your attention to this small table, which occupies a place of dignity and missing from our ranks. They are referred to as POWs, MIAs. We call them comrades. They are unable to be with us today with their loved ones and families, so we join together to pay humble tribute to them and to bear witness to their continued absence. The table is small, symbolizing the frailty of one prisoner, alone, his or her suppressors. The tablecloth is white, symbolic of the purity of their intentions to respond to their country's call of arms. The single rose in the vase signifies the blood they have shed in sacrifice to ensure the freedom of our beloved United States of America. This rose also reminds us of the family and friends of our missing comrades who keep faith while awaiting their return. The red ribbon on the vase represents the unyielding determination for proper accounting of our comrades who are not among us. The slice of lemon on the plate reminds us of the bitter fate. The salt sprinkled on the plate reminds us of the countless fallen tears of families as they wait. The glass is inverted. They cannot toast with us at this time. The chair is empty. They're not here. The candle is reminiscent of the light of hope which lives in our hearts to illuminate their way away from their captors to the open arms of the grateful nation. The American flag reminds us that many of them may never return and have paid supreme sacrifice to ensure our freedom. Let us pray to the Supreme Commander that all our comrades will soon be within our ranks. Let us remember and never forget their sacrifice. May God forever watch over them and protect them and their families. Amen. Please remain standing.
We reserve a table for those missing, a round table for our never-ending burden. A white cloth for the purity in their hearts. A single red rose for their loved ones, a yellow ribbon for the hope of their return, a slice of lemon for a bitter fate, and a pinch of salt for their uncertainty. We light a candle as a beacon for their return, whatever that may be. We turn over a glass as a toast cannot be shared, and the chair remains empty, for they are missing, but not forgotten.
Thank you. You may be seated. I now have the pleasure to introduce our distinguished guests. The Honorable Joaquin Castro, Congressman, U.S. House of Representatives, Texas District 26. Good morning, everyone. It is a distinct honor to introduce a dedicated public servant and a proud native of San Antonio. The Honorable Joaquin Castro, U.S. Representative for Texas's 20th Congressional District. Congressman Castro's commitment to public service started at a young age.
He's not here.
Okay.
He's not here yet.
Did you want?
Yeah, we're just gonna.
Just read it and then.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll come back to him.
Okay.
He hasn't arrived yet.
I got you.
So you gotta introduce
Apologies.
Robert.
Mr. Robert Sellers. He is the Chief of Supply Chain Management Service for U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Would you like to come on up and give some remarks?
All right, now I didn't get that intro like what? All right, good morning, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay? All right, first and foremost, I want to say if the glare off my head is bothering you, I'll try to move to the side a little bit. So please let me know. Again, good morning. My name is Robert Sellers. I'm the Acting Associate Director out at the San Antonio VA Hospital, and I'm also the Chief of Supply Chain Management. So with that being said, all contracts, all equipment, all supplies end up flowing through my shop. With that also, I have to say, thank you to the men and women of armed forces, and especially to the spouses and family members that took that journey with them. Because a lot of us would not be here without that family member supporting us along the way. 25 years of community outreach, 25 years of helping small business leaders, owners, dreamers to live their dream, to reach their dream. This is a monumental event in my book, and they have led the way. So I am proud to be here. I am proud to work with the community leaders and entrepreneurs sitting out here in this audience so that we can help make San Antonio better, so that you guys can continue to live your dreams. And in my book, the only way I know is that we move forward. There is no looking back. There's only moving forward. So let's learn from each other, let's partner together, and let's figure out how to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I now have the pleasure to introduce the head table to you. I'll start with Crystal Pena, Texas Health and Human Services Commission, Mr. Robert Sellers, Chief, Supply Chain, Department of Veterans Affairs, Ken McGlamry, Director, Bexar County Parks and Recreation, the Honorable Catherine Brown, Constable, Precinct 4, the Honorable Gloria Martinez, District Clerk, Lynn Hoodblue, Deputy Chief Procurement Officer, Texas Department of Information Resources, Timothy T.J. White, Chief of Texas Cyber Command, retired Vice Admiral, U.S. Navy, David L. Elizondo, District Director, San Antonio District Office, SBA, Justin Crossy, Regional Administrator, South Central Region, SBA, United States Marine Corps veteran, Michael D. Bryant, Director, Civil Rights Division, Texas Department of Transportation, TxDOT, James Massey, Senior Manager, Supplier Engagement and Development, CPS Energy, Ed Banos, President and CEO, University of Health, Emi Huerta, Bexar County Military and Veteran Services, Juan Santos Flores, Director, UTRGV, the VBOC, Curtis Brandon, United States Department of Veterans Affairs, OSDBU, Walter Garrity, past American Legion 20th District Commander, past 3rd Division Vice Commander, Adiel Murphy, Post 336, the Judge Advocate, Arnold Marin, American Legion, Adiel Murphy, Post 336, the Commander, Garrett Stacy, the American Legion, Adiel Murphy, Post 336, First Vice Commander, Daniel R. Garza, Southside Independent School District, Albert Garza, General Services Administration, the GSA, and Catherine Craig, Opportunity Home, San Antonio, OSHA. Thank you. Renee, is Catherine Brown? She's not? Okay. Gloria Martinez? Gloria Martinez? Okay.
So we're filling in this morning. Many of you know, and you heard on the tragedy yesterday, one of our deputy constables was shot but not injured in Precinct 4. And Kat Brown and her team, so we are very thankful that he was not injured and he is still on duty. So she is on her way, and when she arrives, we'll bring her up on behalf of Bexar County Constable Precinct 4. So to continue to pray for our officers who are currently on duty serving throughout Bexar County and throughout our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ed, you're up. Ed Banos, President, CEO, University of Health. It is a great pleasure to introduce Ed Banos, the President and CEO of University Health. With more than 30 years of executive healthcare leadership experience, Ed brings a wealth of knowledge and a strategic vision to his role. He assumed the position of President and CEO on July 1st, 2024, after serving as the system's Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer since 2015. Before joining University Health, Ed held CEO and President roles at various health systems across the country, including Duke LifePoint Upper Peninsula Health System and Good Shepherd Health System in Texas. In San Antonio, Ed is a driving force behind University Health's largest expansion in over a century, which includes the construction of new hospitals and clinics to expand healthcare access across Bexar County. He is a recognized healthcare hero and an active member of the Greater San Antonio Chamber of Commerce. He is a leader, an innovator, and a champion for delivering high-quality compassionate care to our community. Thank you, Ed. Please welcome Ed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, it's my pleasure to welcome and thank you to the Bexar County Small Business Conference. It's been my pleasure to be here a couple of years in a row now, and I just see the expansion. It's just a great way for us to interact. As you know, Bexar County Hospital District, or University Health, is the only locally owned hospital system here in Bexar County, and locally owned and run. Our Board of Managers report to the county commissioners, and we're very, very committed to making sure that everything we do in this community is not only to improve the health of our community, but also to improve the businesses in the community. Our vendor engagement program, we are committed to making sure that we have strong business relationships with local, small, veteran-owned businesses, and we certainly want to reflect the community in our organization. In 2024, with the construction of our 2 hospitals that are currently under construction, and our clinic that we recently opened on the east side, the Wheatley Clinic, and our Vita Clinic on the south side, we've spent close to $1 billion in construction and commitments, with 73.8% of our formal procurement program awarded to local vendors. That's our commitment to making sure that our spend is giving back to the community as well. We know that we've had the capacity to meet with over 300 vendors in the past year who are interested in doing business with us, and we want to continue to expand this. Our growth will make the community healthier, make your employees healthier, and also be an economic generator. Whether you're in IT, facility support, fleets, HR, supplies, consulting, construction, what you need to do to run a business, we need your help to build our business. We would like to encourage you to visit our booth at Area P and meet many of our University Health professionals in IT, facilities, procurement. And if you haven't registered, we have a digital platform, Bonfire, to register. I know sometimes it's hard and it's a lot of work to register and to get engaged. I will end on saying that as a board member of Supply SA, we are trying to work to make this easier, and I know many of the businesses that are here on the dais as well as out there, we want to make sure that it's easier to make sure that we can register for all businesses that you can be, and that is a commitment that we want to work on with our Supply SA leadership, but also with our University Health commitment, and a shout out to Latifah Jackson, who helps drive our registration process and make sure that everyone who wants to work for University Health, we will make sure that Latifah and her staff and our procurement staff are committed to making sure that you can get an opportunity to bid on all our opportunities. And I just want to say thank you all, those of you who have worked for University Health. By doing so, you're making a change in the healthcare in Bexar County and South Texas, and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you very much.
Give a warm round of applause to Mr. Ed Banos. All right. I now have the pleasure of introducing Mr. James Massey, Senior Manager, Supplier, Engagement and Development, CPS Energy. All right.
Good morning. First, let me thank Bexar County, Renee Watson, for hosting this event. We look forward to it every year. This is our chance to directly engage in bulk and in mass. I'm going to regale you with some stats in a bit here to talk about our efforts and our successes at CPS Energy, but let me not be tone deaf in not acknowledging that we are very aware of the tumult that you as small businesses in our MSA are dealing with. Beyond political spectrums, beyond the certification piece, We see firsthand the buyouts, the leveraging, the doors getting shut of our local vendors. We're doing everything that we can here at CPS Energy to make sure that we're contacting, engaging, inviting registration, of course. Our job is to deliver contract opportunities, and I have the privilege of being able to speak to you this morning to talk about some of those wins that we have. But again, I'm going to stress, I understand we can do better. Our leadership understands we can do better. Our board pushes us to do better. It requires the buy-in. It requires the engagement of our local small vendors, which again is why we look forward to events like this to speak directly with you. Before the end of 2026, we have eyes on $3 billion in work that's going to be coming online. $3 billion with a B. We're looking to get as much of that into the hands and the bank accounts of our local small vendors as is possible. Oftentimes, we focus on prime vendors who we're directly giving contracts to. We are absolutely aware that for most small businesses, the entry point is subcontracting. And for that reason, the last few years, we've rolled out a very aggressive subcontracting effort that not only focuses on engagement, but reporting the actual dollars spent with our subs to allow them to build the capacity to be available for prime work. So please, when I say these stats, bear in mind, we're looking to improve this and we're looking for your help in doing so. In the past year, CPS Energy has either hosted or attended 250 separate events like this. The results of that have delivered 487 additional suppliers registered with CPS Energy to do work. We know there's more than registration, but with that, year to date, we have spent $636 million with local vendors. That represents 74% of our total competitive spend going to our folks here in the MSA. For small businesses, $357 million have been spent with small businesses. This figure represents 45% of our total competitive spend, and we know we can do better. We're looking for procurement opportunities. We're looking to debundle work. We have, as I speak to you this morning, 260 separate procurement contracting opportunities that have been debundled, that have been transformed into 790 separate contracts. That represents $3.2 billion in work that has been awarded from those 260 contracts. 472 local firms are holding work as a result of our debundling efforts. 363 small firms are holding work as a result of our debundling efforts. And again, I spoke about subcontracting. As I speak to you today, we have 564 subcontracts that we're monitoring with over $113 million in spend. CPS Energy is committed to making sure that our spend is reflective of the community. We want to make sure that those contractors oftentimes not only have their commercial bill, but their residential bill with us at the prime and the sub levels. But we rely on your engagement and participation to continue to deliver that. And my challenge to you is to please stop at our booth, please engage us, please work with us to see how we can use you in our own supply chain, how we can work with you to deliver on our promises to keep our spend local. Thank you.
Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Massey. Next up, I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Timothy T.J. White, Chief of Texas Cyber Command, retired Vice Admiral, U.S. Navy. It is my distinct honor to introduce a leader who has dedicated his career to the security of our nation and our state. Rear Admiral, retired Timothy T.J. White, Chief of Texas Cyber Command. Admiral White's service is extensive and highly decorated. Over his 35-year career in U.S. Navy, he rose to the rank of Vice Admiral, commanding the U.S. Fleet Cyber Command and the U.S. 10th Fleet, where he was responsible for operating and defending Navy networks worldwide. His strategic vision was instrumental in shaping the military's approach to cyberspace operations. Since transitioning from active duty, Admiral White has brought his unparalleled expertise to the Lone Star State. In his current role as the inaugural chief of Texas Cyber Command, he is charged with a critical mission, safeguarding Texas and its vast digital infrastructure against evolving cyber threats. He is a visionary who understands that cybersecurity is not just an IT issue, but a fundamental public safety and economic imperative. His leadership ensures Texas remains resilient and secure in the digital age. Please join me in welcoming a true patriot and cyber pioneer, Timothy T.J. White.
Howdy, y'all. Can you hear me? Okay. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. I didn't realize that bio was that long. I forgot I had done half that stuff. Hey, let me just give you a couple thoughts up front and share with you some perspective about the future of Texas Cyber Command. For those of you that have a phone, cyber tip of the day, I just ask you to turn it off and then turn it on, and you'll be good to go for 24 hours until you turn it off and turn it on again. Every day, turn it off, turn it on, then you'll be much more secure in cyberspace. Forces your phone to do an automatic update, and that's a good thing. We would not be here today without the vision of the Office of the Governor, Governor Greg Abbott, and the legislature. For a number of legislation cycles and years, they've been thinking about Texas Cyber Command, starting Texas Cyber Command, that got signed into law on the 2nd of June of this year in San Antonio. That law, 67 pages, double space, funny margins, is good law. I've been at the other end of trying to implement and execute law, be beholden to law. This is good law. It sets very high expectations, and it provides resources, it provides funding, and it provides the ability to do our job, which is delivering operational cyber readiness and cybersecurity resiliency for the state. So it's clear to me at this conference that you guys are interested in contracts, contracting, and doing business. So the budget is there, it's committed, it's about $130 million. We're going to be hiring about 120 people, government civilians, over the next 12 to 18 months. We're going to be contracting for services to provide outreach and education and infrastructure and security for our command and its mission across the state. We would not be able to do that without Texas DIR or the Department of Information Resources. They are a superb partner, and we will be contracting our services to them. They have the ability at scope and scale with speed to deliver what people need for IT and cybersecurity. So we will be consuming their services, and if you have any questions about that, I'm learning too. Please let me know. So let me give you a couple thoughts on Texas Cyber Command. Our headquarters is here in San Antonio, 506 Dolorosa Street. We are co-located with the UTSA academic building right across the street from the mayor's office and City Hall. I think there's two things about cyber and cybersecurity I'd ask you all to take away at a high level in the context of Texas. Texas has, in my mind, key terrain and strategic ground. Those two things are about economic prosperity and about national defense. They combine at the top, and it's all about national security. Economic prosperity in the state of Texas, 8th largest economy in the world. I got up this morning, you got up this morning, we got here because of cyberspace. We're here because of cyberspace. You do business, you raise your families, you're in your community, you live your lives enabled and empowered by cyberspace. The economic engine of the state, in fact, I would offer the heart of this nation, is in and through cyberspace. That's why it's important. I call that key terrain. Strategic ground. In my mind, it's about national defense. Spent 35 years doing that in the Navy and the Joint Force, in the intelligence community. And I am here to tell you my opinion. I don't think the nation does defense without Texas. No matter where we go, no matter how we go, getting there, staying there, doing the mission there, and coming home begins and finishes in Texas for the whole force. If we have to go to the Western Pacific, it's going to begin on the East Coast because it's 8,000 nautical miles to get there. You don't get there without coming to Texas, going through Texas, getting trained in Texas, getting services by a Texas company, getting engineered or built in Texas. If the nation is going to be strong, it's because of Texas. If the military can do its mission, it's because of Texas. So back to number one, economic prosperity, cyberspace. Military mission, national defense, cyberspace. That's, in my judgment, why I think the governor and the legislature had the vision and the wherewithal to build a command to do this job. Okay, so what do? Secure, protect, defend, and prevent. Right now, we spend too much time reacting. What we're going to do is put in place a plan to do less reaction, more prevention. That will require resources, that will require expertise, that will require you. What has the governor and the legislature in HB 150, now codified into Texas Code, told us to do? It's about, number one, Texas and Texans, your data, your liberty, and your privacy. Number two, it's about Texas state government, 150-ish state departments, agencies, councils, committees, commissions. Number three, it's about higher education, 800,000 plus students across the state, faculty, intellectual property, and research. Number four, it's about the judiciary and law enforcement and the data that they require to do their job. Number five, it's about covered entities. This is an opportunity for municipal, small, state, nonprofit, town, county, you name it, a lot of it, to join in and be part of the Texas managed security stack and cybersecurity solutions. And last, we're going to get a handle on critical infrastructure. There's 16 of those identified by the federal government: power, water, water, power. Water is life. You don't get water without power. So we're going to figure it out. We're going to need a lot of help. All of our answers and solutions come from you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be here today.
I now have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Justin Crossy, Regional Administrator.
Just a minute. The constable has arrived. In protocol, she can come up and have a greeting.
Okay.
She has to get back out.
Absolutely.
She can bring the camera.
Okay. Apologies as I adjust here. The Honorable Catherine Brown, Bexar County Constable, Precinct 4. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to introduce an incredible leader and a true pillar of our community, the Honorable Catherine Brown, Bexar County Constable for Precinct 4. Constable Brown has a remarkable career in law enforcement spanning over 2 decades. Before her election, she served with distinction at Bexar County Sheriff's Office for 19 years, achieving the rank of sergeant and actively engaging in community relations through roles in the Honor Guard and Mounted Patrol. In 2021, she made history by becoming the first Black woman ever elected to a constable's office in Bexar County. Since taking office, she has focused on modernizing her department and has notably hired the most women in history of Precinct 4, actively working to increase female representation in law enforcement leadership. Her office is guided by principles of integrity, respect, and accountability. She's known for her community-focused approach, which includes demonstrating compassion during difficult situations like evictions and even pausing these processes during the holidays to give families a reprieve. A two-time cancer survivor, she also uses her platform to advocate for cancer awareness and community engagement. She is more than a leader. She is an inspiration, a force for positive change, and a beacon of dedication in Bexar County. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Constable Catherine Brown.
Can I take this off if that's okay?
Sure.
I just want to say thank you. I'm sure you guys have heard about what occurred with Precinct 4 yesterday. And I'm so grateful, a bit emotional, of course, for just all the agencies that came out to assist us. My freaking rock star deputies who are out there right now, even though we had that catastrophic incident yesterday, they're here providing security. So please give them a round of applause. As your constable, it is my duty and honor to stand before you today with honesty, accountability, and an unwavering commitment for your safety in our community. Yesterday, our precinct experienced a catastrophic and deeply unsettling incident while enforcing a lawful writ of possession, which is an eviction. What began as a routine court order process escalated into a life-threatening situation when a barricaded individual opened fire on our deputies. One of our deputies was struck center mass, yet survived because of his ballistic vest. That vest, our training in the grace of God, prevented us from standing here today under far more devastating circumstances. For that, I am profoundly grateful. Before I go any further, I want to thank and pause for just a second to recognize Renee Watson for her incredible leadership in bringing this annual conference together, and for the powerful resources it provides to businesses, establishments, and the community partners. Conferences like this are rare, and they're not just about networking. They're about educating, preparing, and collaboration. These tools, trainings, and connections offered here help businesses and owners understand safety, risk, and how to work alongside law enforcement to keep the community secure. Renee, thank you. Thank you for your vision and for creating this space where public safety and economic growth walk hand in hand. But gratitude does not erase the weight of what happened yesterday. I know. Oh boy. I can't deny that I'm a mother of a 40-year-old and a 30-year-old. And every one of my troops are like my sons and my daughters. So I got emotion. And I tell the female officers that are out there, don't be afraid to share your emotion. Because that is what defines you as a good leader, to show that you do have that. So don't misconstrue these tears of weakness, honey. They're tears of strength. Thank you. Thank you. And let's be clear. My deputies did follow protocol. They attempted every compliance. They processed laws that were enforced. They communicated with respect. They assessed the scene. And they acted within the bounds of the law. And when deadly force is used against them, they respond actively the way they were trained to protect the lives of themselves and innocent bystanders. Again, thank you so much for your support, and please keep my department in your prayers.
All right. Give me a second as I adjust here. Okay. Mr. Justin Crossy, Regional Administrator, South Central Region, SBA, United States Marine Corps veteran. Good morning, everyone. It is my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker today, a man with a career dedicated to public service, economic development, and supporting the backbone of the American economy, small businesses. Justin Crossy is the South Central Regional Administrator for the U.S. Small Business Administration, a role where he oversees critical SBA programs and operations across 5 states: Arkansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Texas. Justin is a seasoned professional in government affairs, bringing a wealth of experience from both federal and state levels, including serving as a policy advisor for Governor Jeff Landry and spending a decade as a regional director for the U.S. House Majority Whip, Steve Scalise. This is actually Justin's second time leading the South Central region for the SBA. From 2018 to 2021, he navigated immense challenges, managing a multi-billion-dollar loan portfolio and spearheading vital disaster recovery and pandemic relief efforts, demonstrating exceptional leadership when it mattered most. Before his distinguished civilian career, Justin served our country as a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. He is an alumnus of Southeastern Louisiana University and respected voice on small business matters. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to a dedicated leader and advocate for small businesses, Mr. Justin Crossy.
Right height here. Oh, that'll work. Okay. Good morning. This is such an amazing opportunity and a great way to start the day here in the heart of Bexar County. As you all know by now, my name is Justin Crossy. I'm the Regional Administrator for Region 6 of the U.S. Small Business Administration. Welcome. What an incredible morning. Whether you are a seasoned entrepreneur who has weathered storms or a first-time business owner with stars in your eyes, a notebook full of ideas and questions, you are absolutely in the right spot and exactly where you need to be today. As I look around the room and as I walked around the floor earlier, I saw innovation, I saw resilience, I saw that unmistakable San Antone spirit. From the bustling markets, all right. We're good? All right. All right, perfect. Yeah, absolutely. From the bustling markets of the Riverwalk to the tech hubs that are springing up all around this region, Bexar County has always been a cradle for visionaries, and it is my absolute honor to be here with you all today to kick off the 25th annual Bexar County Small Business Expo. I'd like to take a moment and thank our hosts, and especially Ms. Renee Watson, who I learned today is absolutely a force to be reckoned with and the strongest advocate for small businesses around. Events like this don't just happen by accident. They happen because partnerships are forged in purpose. I'm grateful to the Office of Small Business and Opportunity for their work on this, and to all the co-sponsors that are here today, whether it's a local chamber of commerce or a financial institution that sees value in investing in you. I would also like to take just a moment to recognize the incredible SBA San Antonio district staff. They are the ground troops on the ground daily, making sure that the resources flow to where they are needed. And I'd like to thank that staff today for everything they do every single day, supporting the small business ecosystem here in San Antonio. From disaster recovery to support and helping small business owners navigate the many resources that are available from the SBA, y'all do an amazing job. Thank you. You know, for 25 years, this expo has been empowering small businesses, helping them grow, helping them innovate, offering opportunities to collaborate with people and businesses that they may not have realized that they should be working with. That continued mission could not be timelier. As we gather today, the business landscape is buzzing with opportunity. President Trump and Administrator Loeffler have made it clear that the SBA is returning to its original mission as stated in the Small Business Act of 1958, and that is to aid, counsel, and assist and protect insofar as possible the interests of small business concerns. Some of the things that we have going on at the SBA, the administrator recently launched the red tape hotline. There is nobody that knows firsthand better than a small business owner the burdens of the regulatory system. The red tape hotline has been set up to allow you to provide us with direct feedback on what rules and regulations by the federal government are burdensome to what you're trying to do. You can reach out via email at redtape@sba.gov, or you can call the 800 number, and that's 800-827-5722, where you will speak with a live person and you can relay those frustrations, and maybe we can help undo some of that regulatory burden. The other thing that I think everyone in this room recognizes is important to small business is access to capital. Since President Trump took office, the SBA has provided over 59,000 504 and 7A loans, representing more than $32 billion in capital delivered to American small businesses. This includes more than 3,700 loans to small manufacturers and over 8,000 loans to small business startups. The SBA has just recently launched its first ever loan program dedicated to supporting America's small manufacturers, which make up 98% of U.S. manufacturing. The 7A Manufacturer Access to Revolving Credit, or the MARC loan program, will offer working capital to small businesses engaged in manufacturing, specifically designed to provide maximum flexibility and to provide minimal red tape. If you are in the manufacturing space, please stop by the SBA booth today and speak to someone about that MARC loan. It is going to be a tool to help you grow. Over the years of my time with SBA, I have seen businesses leading the charge. You are the creators that employ nearly half of the private sector workforce nationwide. You're the innovators turning local needs into global solutions. And right here in Bexar County, you are empowering an economy that is as unique as the city itself. From Alamo-inspired tourism ventures to cutting-edge startups, President Trump and Administrator Loeffler are proud to support the small businesses. And it is our mission, and that mission is simple, to level the playing field so that every entrepreneur, no matter their background, has access to the resources they need to survive. Today you're going to dive into workshops that cover the spectrum of small business needs. This expo, though, just isn't about sessions and swag bags. It's about connections. There are going to be opportunities to network with lenders offering low interest rates through the SBA's legacy loan programs. I'd encourage you at some point today to reach out to somebody that you didn't know when you got here and make that connection. Introduce yourself. There we go. So I would encourage you to find somebody that you didn't know, reach out to them, swap a business card, share a challenge or a win that you've experienced recently. Collaboration is not just a buzzword, it is actually the secret sauce. While I was the regional administrator in the first Trump administration, I witnessed multiple times innovation of small business owners. I met a restaurateur who during the early days of the pandemic needed to figure out how to go completely contactless and cashless. She partnered with an SBDC and a tech firm, and together they figured that out. I've worked with a veteran-owned security guard company in New Mexico who has massively scaled his operations, partnering with the SBA and other resource partners. He is growing by leaps and bounds. And these aren't just the anomalies, these are the norm. When small business entrepreneurs work with the SBA and our resource partners, there isn't much that we can't do together. Remember, success is not an individual sprint, it is more like a finely tuned relay team. And the SBA can be that relay partner with you, whether it's free counseling from our small business development centers or working with other resource partners, access to our legacy loan programs, regulatory reform that's taking place in Washington, D.C. We are here to support you, the small business owner, as you pursue your American dream. Ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneurs extraordinaire, Thank you for letting me take a few minutes of your time this morning. My hope is that when this expo is over, that you'll have a new tool in your toolbox, that you'll be set to succeed, and that the SBA is there to support you. We salute you in your effort to live out your American dream. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Justin. All right. Our next keynote speaker, Michael D. Bryant, Director, Civil Rights Division, Texas Department of Transportation, TxDOT. Good morning. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a distinguished leader in public service and civil rights, Michael D. Bryant. Michael serves as the Director of Civil Rights Division at Texas Department of Transportation, or TxDOT. In this pivotal role, he oversees the agency's commitment to equal opportunity and non-discrimination, managing critical programs like the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, Small Business Enterprise, and historically underutilized business initiatives, promoting opportunity and access throughout the state. A seasoned legal professional, Michael joined TxDOT in 2012 and quickly advanced, bringing experience from the office of former Texas Governor Rick Perry, where he served as Assistant General Counsel for 6 years. Michael's leadership extends beyond Texas borders. He has held prominent national roles, including serving as the immediate past chair of the Committee on Civil Rights for the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. He is an alumnus of Morehouse College and earned his law degree from the University of Texas School of Law. Michael is dedicated to fostering diversity and inclusion within the transportation industry. Please join me in welcoming Michael D. Bryant.
We're going to see if this phone will not make me do my password every time it closes the screen. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. As has been said, I'm Michael Bryant. I'm the Director of the Civil Rights Division at TxDOT. It is a great pleasure to be here. Always pleased to work with Renee and the staff here in Bexar County. This is probably one of the biggest events we attend and participate in. And it's really because not only the staff that puts it on, but also because of all of you who are in attendance today. So thank you all for being here. I wish the lights were on so I could see my staff who's here, because I saw them earlier just typing away on their phones. So I want to make sure they're actually paying attention. There they are. I'm not good at speeches, and so I feel bad for her, who has to try to sign what I'm going to say, because there is no script. I'm pretty much a train of thought thinker and speaker. And so this morning, as we were doing a lot of the introductions and we did the Pledge of Allegiance, I was reminded of the first speech I did after the COVID pandemic in San Angelo. Again, had no idea what I was going to talk about, but it was around Veterans Day. It was shortly after the election in 2020, so a lot of, consternation and a little bit of turmoil. And when we said the Pledge of Allegiance, just like this morning, it got to the last phrase of the Pledge of Allegiance, with liberty and justice for all. So I don't know who put diversity and inclusion in the end of my bio, because we don't really say those things anymore, although we still believe it, so let's be real. But the reality is, if you take that phrase with liberty and justice for all, and you apply it to the things that you do on a daily basis, and this is especially if you work in the government, if you put that at the end, you can cover all of the things that you need to cover. If you just think about making sure with liberty and justice for all, for everyone you come in contact with, for everyone you deal with, everyone you might judge, everyone you might have an opinion about, just think about how you treat people and what you are trying to provide them going forward. Quick background for TxDOT. Our mission statement is connecting you with Texas, with liberty and justice for all. And when we go to our vision statement, we talk about economic opportunity and enhancing the quality of life for all Texans. And so those things are all important. You heard the Admiral talk about the relative size of our economy in relationship to the world. There's always going to be opportunity in Texas. It's a growing state. I don't think that was my phone. We're a growing state. We have 6 of the largest 20 cities in the country. There's always an opportunity for you, and especially at TxDOT. Last year with our hub program in 2025, we spent over $1.2 billion with hubs. And obviously there's a lot of changes that are happening with the hub program. It's now been turned into the VET hub program, Veteran Heroes United in Business. For us, that presents a challenge because we had a very small number of those service-disabled veteran-owned firms. We are committed to working with them, just like we are committed to working with all other firms. But we do know that there's a growth opportunity there, and we'll hope to see some additional changes to the hub program. What that means for you in terms of the hub program at TxDOT is we will not have goals since the emergency rules were published in the Texas Register last week. So we are going to continue working on and that deals with new projects and how we can continue to foster small businesses in our development. In 2024, we spent over $3 billion with small businesses between our 3 programs, our SBE program, our hub program, and our federal DBE program. Federal DBE program, of course, has also had significant changes, as many of you may be aware. The federal IFR, DBE IFR came out on October 3rd of this year. There were some FAQs that were published at the end of October. There was additional guidance that came out 2 weeks ago. And for all those that don't know, if you had a DBE certification on October 3rd, you still have it. TxDOT is going to lead a reevaluation process that every state is being required to do for the DBE program. We are using our own staff, and we are bringing on consultants who will assist not only TxDOT, but the other 5 partners in the Texas Unified Certification Program, including the organization here in San Antonio, which I guess officially is SA Supply, no longer South Central, or maybe it's still the same. But our goal is that we will likely start the process sometime in January, and our goal will be to finish within 4 months, so by the end of April. When we finish that process, we hope that we will be able to get to a point where we can do an actual evaluation of those firms that are still in the program. If you are a firm and you are told that you are no longer going to be certified, you will have the right to appeal that to the U.S. Department of Transportation. But we think that if we do it right, we can do an availability study during the summer with the intent that we will have an approved program, which includes updating our DBE program plan and any other subrecipient of TxDOT or federal, direct federal recipient of federal funds who wants to use the DBE program will have to resubmit their DBE program plan to conform to the latest changes to the program. But we would hope that by fiscal year 27, that we will hopefully be in a place where we can resume putting DBE goals on projects. For us, that's a little ambitious, but we think we have the resources along with our partners to get that done. For the reevaluation process, if you are a current DBE, you'll have to resubmit a personal net worth statement and also a personal narrative. Part of the reason why we are still delaying initiating our reevaluation process is because we are hoping for additional guidance, and I feel like I'm saying hope a lot, but we are hoping for additional guidance from the Department of Transportation on how we are to evaluate those personal narratives. The one thing we know is that you cannot use race and gender in whole or in part, and that will be something that will likely lead to an automatic decertification. So when people ask me, well, what should we do? How should we write it? And this is all, again, off the cuff, because we are not intending to provide you a prescriptive list of here is how to write your personal narrative. It must be individualized. It must be your story. If you wrote a college essay, it's kind of that idea that you are writing something that's personal to you to establish and explain your disadvantage and why you should be in the program. Some people may have reapplied under the SBA program when they made modifications to their certification program for the 8A program. I think initially race and gender were allowed to be discussed. I'm not sure if that's the case today. But I would tell you not to automatically use your 8A narrative if you have one in your possession. But you can use that as your basis. I would tell anyone, write your story. Be as inclusive of all the things that you can think of in your story. And then narrow it down. Edit. Use AI if you need to, but don't rely on AI completely. Make sure you double check and all those things, but use it to help you organize your thoughts, organize your story. Make sure it doesn't elaborate, because if you use a public model of AI, you may get things that are not about you included in your story. And it must be about you and your company as to why you are disadvantaged. We are hoping again that we will get that guidance before we start our process. There are other states in the country that have initiated their process. Some claim to have already begun doing the reevaluation of those, or the evaluation of those narrative statements. We are observing and waiting to see what challenges they find. But we are, again, hopeful that the system that we are implementing is going to be effective and efficient, and hopefully produce limited burdens not only on our staff but also on you that submit those. There is no official deadline, although we will request whenever we submit that firms submit their statements and documentation within 30 days. In order to meet our deadline of April, we will need to do continual outreach to make sure that everyone is aware that they need to submit the statements. But we're going to get to a point that we believe will be in March and April, when we believe we've reached out to everyone, and those that want to submit will have submitted, and those that are choosing not to submit are essentially becoming willing individuals to be decertified, which is certainly their right. There are certainly questions about the value of the certification going forward. There's also a question of, will the DBE program be included in the next Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill, which is slated for next year, because the current one expires in September of 2026. So all of these factors together are a reason that we want to demonstrate that we have a thriving business community here in Texas, and that this program not only supports the businesses but also supports the work of TxDOT, the work of all the transit agencies like Via Metro, as well as the airports in our state, who rely on DBEs, AC DBEs, and other subcontractors to get the work done. It's really kind of dependent on you. And I would also tell you, with the HUB program, we don't know where that's going to end up right now. I think there was a meeting yesterday, and one of the things that I would say to anyone here, as you talk to state agencies, is to give them some grace. None of the individuals working at the state agencies were advocating for changes to the HUB program. So these things were implemented by the comptroller under the emergency rules that were posted, also in order to comply with an executive order for Governor Abbott. So don't think that TxDOT or DIR or the Workforce Commission implemented these changes on their own. These changes were directed to us, and we are doing our best to implement them. Our staff is doing the best to make sure we continue to enforce compliance on all the pre-existing HUB contracts, and also trying to understand on our own how we can enforce the HUB program going forward with its limited scope to the VET HUB program. TxDOT also, in civil rights, we handle ADA, American with Disabilities compliance. We are continuing to work on that. We are continuing to work on Title VI, which has a certain questionable role in how we are to work with some of these programs. Title VI, for those of you that don't know, is from the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It provides that there's to be no discrimination based on race, color, and national origin. It's such a good law that is also being used to dismantle some of the programs that it helped create. But with that idea of non-discrimination is still in law. And so as we look at how agencies implement programs going forward, that is going to be a question that will probably be decided by a court or another administrative agency on how we implement all of the various programs that are currently required, that are being adjusted, and programs that are to come. In the transportation world, there are other state agencies like the Washington Department of Transportation, the Ohio Department of Transportation, that have implemented essentially federal small business DBE programs that they received approval from the US DOT to implement small business goals on federal projects. That is something that TxDOT is looking at. It is something that we will continue to work through groups like AASHTO, AMAC, NAMAC, APTA, and working with our partners in transit and in aviation. It's a difficult time, but it's not something that we cannot overcome because, again, the dollars are there. TxDOT will continue to procure roughly $11 to $12 billion in construction and maintenance projects this year, over $1 billion in professional services contracts, in addition to several $billion in other what have typically been our hub purchasing. Typically, we spend about $15 to $16 billion a year. So those dollars are still there. Whether you are certified, not certified, decertified, your certification was revoked by the hub program, you still have the opportunity to work with state agencies and other businesses that are here. You, regardless of certification, if you were to come to me, I would ask you, tell me about your business. I would expect you to tell me you are the best at what you do. You've done it for X number of years or amount of time, and the certification would be one of the last things I would care about, because the certification and the judging agencies based on goal achievement is really about the agency. It's not about you and your abilities. Now is the time to really focus on, as people have said, networking, building up that professional relationship with not only agencies, but also when you sit in a room like this, get to know, as someone said earlier, get to know the people around you. The person you might think is your competitor may be the person that helps you get over the hump, that helps you get that next contract, that helps you grow the business in the way that you want to grow it. There are plenty of resources here. We certainly direct our small businesses that work with TxDOT to Bexar County, to the SBA, and the various entities that fall under those groups. Again, those private organizations that are membership based are also useful and relevant. We are also open to talking to political officials about the impacts of these programs, and that's something else that you can do. If you see something, hear something that you don't like about what's happening with those programs, you have the ability to talk to your elected officials, you have the ability to talk to agencies, and let your voice be heard. When agencies send out requests or notices about meetings, it's really important that we hear your voice in those discussions. Because as much as we are advocates for small businesses, we are also employees of the agency, and so we must follow the direction. And typically I would qualify whenever I talk that if you like something I say, you can credit to TxDOT. If you don't like it, just credit it to me. Because the way that this works is hierarchical. So we are where we are. We've got to go up a chain. Our leadership has to go to others. And it's really important that you make your voice be heard, because most of the time there's a small group that is advocating for the business community, and it's not always reflective of the entire business community. I think the SBA put out their state-by-state reports in September, and I think small businesses in Texas were over 99% of all the businesses in Texas. So it's really critical that all of you take the time today to talk to the people next to you, the people on the stage, the people that'll be in the exhibit hall, and ask questions. Sometimes you may get the answer like, we're not sure, we don't know, but it's all about follow-up. I tell anybody that I meet, it's unlikely that I'm going to be the first one to reach out after an event like this where I meet 75 people, but you can send me that email and you put the onus back on me. Put the onus on us to work for you, because that's, at the end of the day, who we work for. And I hope, and I've said it before, and I've quoted DJ Quick and other rappers based on whatever business thing pops in my head. But right now, the time is of the essence. This is not the time to sulk. It's not the time to recede into the shadows. This is the time to stand up, show your worth, show your value, prove it when you get on that contract, ensure that you have a good relationship with the people you work with, own your mistakes. I make plenty of them, happy to own them. But you have to be able to acknowledge those things in order to move forward. And if you can acknowledge whatever mistake so you can grow and learn from it, improve what you do the next time. I see Helen Collier up here. I see her everywhere. As someone who does the hustle, y'all should clap for her. Y'all should clap for her. Also commissioner at TDLR. Former, my bad. But the reality is, this process works because of you, and you have to make us work for you. We're not going anywhere. TxDOT's not going to change. We're going to keep building highways, maintaining highways that you can see from all the construction, not only here in San Antonio, but Austin and Houston and Dallas and Fort Worth, McAllen, El Paso. The work is happening, and it's just a question of how do we get you on those contracts, not only with TxDOT, but whatever the scope of work that you do and whatever agency you might work with. Let us help you, but we need you to show up and let us know who you are. Thank you.
We're going to hand it off to Ms. Renee Watson for the closing remarks. We've enjoyed you. I really appreciate everybody that showed up this morning to be with us. Obviously, the opportunities are here. We're here for you. So thank you so much for being flexible and understanding as we kind of shift it around. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Didn't he do a good job? I almost had to chase him to come and show up this morning. You did a great job, and thank you so much. So we are now at the crossroads for why you're really here is getting into the exhibit hall and getting those opportunities. But before we do that, we want to thank our presentation speaker, Michael Bryant. Thank you. You did an excellent job. I know you often don't like to speak, as you said, and we kind of roped you into this. So we have a special presentation for you this morning. So thank you so much. The second thing we'll do before we dismiss our exhibitors, will all of our veterans please stand? All of our veterans please stand. We want to say again, thank you for your service. And I have 2 veterans on my staff, and we came up with a challenge coin in my office. So I'm going to have Eric come up and say something quick, and we want to make sure each and every one of you receive one of our challenge coins. So we'll have them in our booth. So Eric, come tell us, because not everyone knows what a challenge coin is. If you can do that right quickly.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. Eric Salazar, Contract Compliance Specialist. I work for Renee, obviously. In my other life, I am a Senior Chief Gunner's Mate in the United States Navy Reserves. For those who don't know, thank you. Chiefs, Senior Chiefs, Master Chiefs are seen as the keepers of tradition in naval heritage, right? So you can imagine I was beside myself when Renee announced that we were going to have a challenge coin for our office just to keep that tradition going. For those that don't know, the challenge coin dates back to the Roman times as an attaboy for those who did very well on the battlefield. You had somebody that did a great thing, you go recognize them with the challenge coin. So we're going to do that today. For those of you in the crowd, swing by our booth, Small Business Entrepreneurship Department. I will personally hand you one, okay? But for everybody on the stage, we'll give you one right now. So please stand once again and let me put one in your hand.
And a co-presenter for us, come on up, Johanna. Johanna served in the U.S. Army. So she is handling us. She's one of our volunteer captains today as part of Women Unlimited. So she will be presenting to this side, to the veterans on this side. Johanna? So thank y'all so much for that. And once the presentation, you are dismissed, head table, except for David Elizondo. David Elizondo is going to come up right quick and talk about our morning panel. We'll be presenting some federal in this same room. So David, come on up. And the remaining panel members, we thank you because we're getting ready to dismiss our exhibitors in about 2 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. So this is a good transition from this morning's breakfast panel that we honor active duty and military veterans. And so Renee gave me the great opportunity coming back from the furlough. 2 days later, Renee's calling me into her office and we need to meet ASAP. And by the way, you need to come up with the topic too for your breakout session. So 10 o'clock this morning, we are going to be here, correct? We're going to be right here, so don't leave. We're going to have a topic over empowering veterans and military spouse entrepreneurs. So if you are a military veteran, you're a spouse of a military veteran, highly encourage you all to listen into a panel where we have local, state, and a successful veteran-owned small business owner as they navigated being a veteran-owned small business owner on the outside, but also in the 8A program as well. So I look forward to seeing you all and hearing your questions here in 1 hour. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will have all of our exhibitors only, to exit through the doors here. If you are a small business owner, we ask you to remain because we want the exhibitors to go back, have about 10 minutes to get set up. During this time, we're going to play an interview with Judge Sakai and KSAT that we recorded for SA Live. So if you can do that right now, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes and allow the general public to return to the exhibit hall as well. So exhibitors, thank y'all so much.
The 2025 Bexar County Business Conference is coming up on December 10th, featuring workshops, vendor education, tech, resources, and more. It's a tremendous opportunity for business owners in our area. And Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai joins us today. Thank you for having us, sir.
Well, we're here at the Bexar County Small Business Entrepreneurship Department. Renee Watson's director, and thank you, Fiona, for KSAT covering this.
Of course, it's always such a joy to visit here. We have visited before, and it's such a great venue. Let's talk about the Bexar County Business Conference. What exactly is it for those who may not know?
Look, we know that small businesses are the backbone of this community, and this is Bexar County's efforts and mission to enhance our small business community. We want to make sure that they're given every opportunity, equal access, equal opportunity, so that they can prosper and grow. But a lot of small businesses need help.
Yeah.
They need help, and this is what this conference is all about.
This is the 25th year.
I know.
I mean, that's got to feel great. You know, congrats, okay? And it's in December every year. And why is that?
Well, it's the end of the year, but it is so that we can start the new year with promise and potential. And so what we want to do is get people at the end of the year, hopefully they're kind of wrapping things up for the end of the year with their budgets or business plan. And this is an opportunity to re-energize and start the spring and start January 1 with the new year.
How did it all get started?
Well, Bexar County has always been here for small businesses, and Renee Watson has been there for the community as the director. And so what the county has always done was they wanted to make sure that they were connected, especially as we know, we got a new baseball stadium coming, we've got a new Spurs Arena coming, and so there are going to be tremendous opportunities for small business, especially in the construction and the contracting. And we want to make sure we have a commitment to make sure that small business in the local community are going to prosper from those opportunities.
Why does the county hold this conference?
Because it's all part of growth and prosperity. You know, I took a trip to Japan to bring Japanese businesses, manufactured. In fact, I've got 2 coming. I've got 2 American Katera, Yamaguchi Heavy Industries. I've got Senko Plastics coming next year and opening. But these big businesses need the small businesses to support their employees and to help provide the growth. And so that's the reason why we can't forget the small business community in this town. It is too valuable. We have over 34,000 small businesses. I mean, look at the restaurants, look at the service industry. We've got to make sure small business community thrives.
What makes this conference different from other kind of similar events?
Well, I just think it's the best conference ever. One is it's about access, learning how to access, especially with governmental entities. It's about education. It's about mentorship. It's about connections. You're going to have direct contact with county staff, county departments that provide for these contracts. So it's an opportunity to get one-on-one. It's also an opportunity to network. And anybody who's in this world now knows you've got to network in order to grow.
Judge Sakai, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you, Fiona.
The 25th Annual Bexar County Business Conference will take place on Wednesday, December 10th from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Freeman Expo Hall. For more information, you can call 210-335-2478. That's 210-335-2478, or scan the QR code on your screen or visit the website bearcounty.org/SBED.
Hi, I'm Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai.
And my name is Rudy Garza with CPS Energy.
We want to invite you to the Bexar County Business Conference at the Freeman Expo Hall,
the biggest business event in South Texas, with over 100 federal, state, and local agencies, as well as private businesses.
This is a great opportunity for those of you who want to start a new business or grow your business.
Join us and register now at bear.org or scan the QR code on the screen. Get ready to take your business to the next level.
You have a walkie-talkie? Let them know that the exhibit hall is now open. All right, the exhibit hall is now open. You may now enter the exhibit hall. If you can bring the house lights up. And thank you to a great AV team for our morning program. We are now setting the stage for our federal program, which will start at 10 o'clock. Thank you. get started, our 10 o'clock panel, we're streaming live on several social media channels, and we're recording. So many of the attendees in the past know that, and they always go back and watch this dynamic panel later. Can we get, are you going to use this? Yeah. I need an AV to come fix the mic. Somebody come fix the mic, please.
I think it's good for me.
Oh, like here? Yeah, that's fine. No, well, we want to get it fixed. So we have an exciting morning panel, and David had mentioned a little bit earlier, David Elizondo, who serves as the San Antonio District Director for the San Antonio District for the U.S. Small Business Administration. We're very excited that he is here with us today, and he picked his panel members to present information. And we're having a topic and conversations for military veterans and family members and all of the entrepreneurship that happens throughout what the SBA does. So please join me in welcoming David Elizondo, who will be the MC and moderator of the panel. Thank you.
Good morning. So you all have lots of opportunities throughout this conference and to hear from subject matter experts throughout this whole conference. And so, for one, greatly appreciate you all spending some time with me this morning. Again, there's plenty of other presentations taking place, and just wanted to stop and say thanks before we get started. My name is David Elizondo, the District Director for SBA, as Renee mentioned. I'm also a United States Air Force veteran, served for 4 years, 8 months, 20 days, 2 hours, but who's counting? After that, I separated and went back to school down in University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. And I've been blessed to be in this position as a District Director for SBA. And so as Renee mentioned, I was given the opportunity to select the panel here, and I strategically chose members that I think would be advantageous for you all from a local representation, from the state level, but also from a veteran-owned small business owner, a successful veteran-owned small business owner, I should say. So today, we're highlighting programs, resources, and success stories that will help veteran-owned small business owners and military spouses too, I will say. Our format will include guided questions, open discussion, and at the end, we will have some time for Q&A from the audience. So, that being said, let's dive in. So let's begin our panelists, meeting our panelists. So panelists, I have a couple of questions for you all to kind of get the crowd loosened up, and then we're going to dive into the hardball questions, okay? So from Jose, Greg, and Juan, I'll start with you, Jose. Give me your full name, your organization, what your role currently entails, and how long you've been doing that role.
Thank you, and good morning. As David said, I'm Jose Sandoval. I am the President CEO of Santec Solutions. I see you, Bernard. Hello. And I am the CEO, President, FSO, Facility Security Officer, for those of you that don't know. Cyber SME, subject matter expert. You know, basically I focus on business development, coming out to conferences, trying to spread and share what we do. Primarily a government contractor. And I've been doing this since 2012, so about 13 years now. Yep.
All right, thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Greg Shigemasa. I am a business consultant with the Texas Veterans Commission, which is a state agency. What we do is we assist veterans and family members with starting, growing, expanding, and exiting their businesses. I've been with the Texas Veterans Commission since 2014. Oh my God. Yeah. And have been consulting since 2002, which makes it even worse.
All right, great morning, everyone. Happy to see you all take some time of your busy days and come out of here and learn something new. So thank you for your time. My name is Juan Santos. I'm the director for the Veterans Business Outreach Center at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. So 3.5 hours south. They're still live down there. That's where I come from. nonetheless, we belong to part of a network of 31 VBOCs across the country. So every single state is being covered by a VBOC, a Veteran Business Outreach Center. The one that I direct covers West Central and South Texas, and our primary mission is to help create, retain, and develop small businesses, and it's exclusively for the military community. That goes from transitioning active duty members, those getting ready to come out into civilian life, veterans of all eras, disabled veterans, reservists, National Guard, and very, very important, big support of the military spouses. So our services extend to the military spouse as well, and there are no costs. So as a director, I've been in this role since 2017, 8 years now. Wow, I know. And so it's been great, and I'm in charge, of course, of the direction, operations, the strategic planning, and of course, all the metrics happening within the West Central region of Texas. And I think I've covered everything.
Good.
Thank you.
So before we dive into the questions to the panelists here, so we did strategically place questions that I think would be most advantageous for you all, the attendees. But before we dive into the questions, I did want to pause and say thank you, gentlemen, to participate in this, and also thank you for your service. We're all military veterans on the stage, and we all have one solid mission, which is to help other small business owners. So thank you very much. Okay, so Juan, we're going to start with you, sir, and then work our way back to Jose. So Juan, I know you briefly touched on what VBOC is, but can you walk us through the services that you all provide and what you primarily serve?
Awesome. No, great question. So again, as a Veteran Business Outreach Center, I mentioned earlier, it's 31 of us, and we've been in existence since 1999. So again, there was that need, that gap for military entrepreneurship. So our services, as a brand new prospective client, if you're interested in obtaining some of our services, we can assist you from the business ideation stage. Perhaps you're trying to learn, what is it or how is it to start a small business? Or perhaps you already have something written and would like to help us a little bit more in the technical content. Or maybe you're already up and running, and you would like to expand or grow. We can also be of assistance. So we provide a lot of one-on-one counseling, business advice, and we just call it counseling, from ideation stage, step by step, all the way to opening the business doors. We provide a lot of technical assistance, such as the business plan formulation. So no, we don't do it for you, FYI. We help you, guide you step by step on what are the main things that you guys need, cover all your P's and Q's. We help you with the market recognition, very important. Who are you going to be selling to? Where are you going to be selling to? Along with the financial projections as a startup, they're crucial, as you may know, especially if you're going to be needing some access to capital. It's very important. How long is it going to take you to break even? Along with providing a lot of education trainings, becoming familiar with multiple business topics. It can be from the basics of accounting, basic of financials, or what is the business plan, as I just mentioned it, or even perhaps even marketing analysis, and even industry analysis. How is that industry doing that I'm trying to get into? So a lot of these services we provide to you at no cost, therefore no need to pay for this. Again, we're funded by the SBA. Small Business Administration is one of our great resources. So I strongly recommend you to connect to one of us.
So as you hear veterans and spouses, have you ever had a business advisor take a look at your business plan from an outside perspective? Not a family member, not a friend, but someone that can give you an unbiased opinion and provide feedback. So we want you to be successful, and consider talking to Juan your first step. Again, his services, we hate to use the word free, is at no cost. I'd like to say consider this your tax money at work. And he mentioned they're fully funded by us, the U.S. Small Business Administration. Within SBA, we have an entire division stood up for Office of Veterans Business Development. And this is one of the key examples that we have as SBA to help you all service members and spouses to be successful. So as we go to the next question here, I see a lot of pins moving. That's great. Write down the questions that you have along the way. We will have time at the end for some Q&As from the audience on some best practices and any feedback that you may have for the panelists. So keep your pins moving, and we will get to you, I promise, at the end. So, Greg, moving over to you, sir. And so we're going from a local service now to a state level. What services does the Texas Veterans Commission offer to support veteran entrepreneurs?
Oh, well, thank you for that question. Before I jump into our program, the entrepreneur program, just want to remind everyone that the Texas Veterans Commission runs 8 different programs. Everything from helping you with your VA claims to the GI Bill and the Hazelwood Act here in Texas. We have an employment department. We have a grants department where we give out grants to nonprofits who give direct service to veterans. We have a mental health program, a women's advocacy program, a healthcare advocacy program to help you navigate the VA medical center, if you would. And then we have the entrepreneur program, which is the program that I'm with. Our work is similar to what Juan just mentioned. We would do one-on-one consulting from ideation through exit and everything in between. We work hand in hand with all of our resources. The reason for that is, as you can imagine, I'm headquartered in Austin. I don't know what it's like boots on the ground in the valley. So that's when I reach out to Juan. It's like, Juan, can you help out our veteran here? Because I can help you with the high level, the 30,000-foot overview, but Juan knows what it's like to be boots on the ground in the valley. And so we have resource partners across the state so that we can do that for you. And basically what we want is for you to be successful. You already prepaid with your military service, so all of our services are free as well.
Okay. So you heard from the local perspective, you're hearing from the state perspective, but we're going to switch the gears a little bit, and we're going to hear from a successful veteran-owned small business owner that's based out of here, San Antonio. Mr. Jose, tell us about your company, Santec, and how you got started, and what inspired you to launch your business.
Thanks, David. How do I start, right? So as you know, I exited the Air Force in 1998 after 10 years, 6 months, 2 days, 6 hours, 52 seconds. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, after the 10-year mark, and I became a contractor. I started out as a telecom technician, and I rose my ranks all the way up to the department manager for cyber operations here in San Antonio and basically west of the Mississippi. And within that, you know, I was tasked with more and more duties. Not only was I a program manager, department manager, but then I also had to go and attend different events, write proposals and stuff. So I ended up working about 60 hours a week. After a while, after about 10 years at that company, Northrop Grumman, I decided to transition over to Deloitte & Touche, and I worked with them for a couple of years. And the hours just kept getting more and more. You know, I was working hard to develop new business programs, to win cybersecurity work in the federal space. And honestly, my bosses kept saying, hey, thanks for winning that. What's next? What are you going to win for me next? And I'm like, good grief, man, let me execute some of these programs. So at that point, I decided that if I'm going to put in 60 hours a week, I'm going to do it for me. I'm going to do it for me and my family, because at the end of the day, you know, when they say these big companies bring in all these SMEs, I am the subject matter expert. I am the guy that they bring in. All you're going to do is save really on costs, right? I don't have these big burdens that you have to include in that. So basically, that's when I started Santec. You know, I actually used both of the services that these gentlemen here provide as well. I reached out to the UTSA PTAC at the time. I think they've turned into the Apex Accelerator, and then it's gone through a couple of other iterations. But the small business programs, they were instrumental in my success in starting out the company. The Texas Veteran Commission as well, you know, with their programs, helping me out with the Hazelwood Act, believe it or not, you know, finishing my education and then passing the rest of it down to my children as well. And honestly, David, I mean, that's really what it was. You know, when I first started out, I started out as a consultant and then transitioned over with the agreement that I would then get a subcontract, and that's how I started. You know, so basically.
And so what Jose brings up, I think it's a valid point. You know, oftentimes we overlook the skills and traits that we learn in the military, and how can we apply that in the civilian sector as well. So a little background about myself, as we pause on the questions for 2 seconds, is I actually used to work for the Veterans Business Outreach Center. And that's where I got my start with economic development. And it was a passion to help fellow service members and spouses to start their business, to grow their small business as well. And what I often heard is, this is what I did in the military, and I'm trying to transition into the civilian sector. And I started a small business when I was an undergraduate student. I didn't know about the VBOC. I didn't know about the Small Business Development Center, which is another SBA resource partner. So therefore, I didn't have the tools in my tool bag to be a successful small business owner. So you can imagine going to school as an undergraduate student, starting with business full time. Had I known about the VBOC, had I known about the Texas Veterans Commission and the resources they provide, perhaps I still would have been in business as well. So really want to emphasize the resources that are in front of you today, because if you notice so far, there's no fees associated with what they're discussing. And so we want to make sure that you all in the audience, and thank you for those that are attending as they're walking in too, that you are here to listen to the resources that are available to you all, regardless if you're just starting off or if you're an existing small business owner trying to go to the next level. That being said, let's move back to Juan for 2 seconds. And let me get my little cheat sheet here. Okay, and this one's near and dear to the heart. So Juan, you mentioned Boost to Business. Can you elaborate what is Boost to Business, how it works, and why it's valuable for transitioning service members, but also for service members like you and I that have been out of service for over 10 years? How can we still benefit from Boost to Business?
Absolutely. No, that's a great question. And talk a little bit more context. Boots to Business, some of you may have already heard of it or even attended. So these programs it's an entrepreneurial training program. It's a 2-day program that was created by the Small Business Administration. It started back in 2012. As a lot of you probably transitioned like me many months ago, it used to be a 1-day briefing. They just, fire hose, drinking from fire hose, and like, all right, now off you go. So slowly but surely, 2012 and onward, it started as a pilot program offered during the TAPS, the Transition Assistance Program. You guys remember that one? So it's gotten a lot more structure to where now it is 4 tracks that during the TAPS transition members can attend. So 1, of course, is the VA claims, 2 is the education, 3 is employment, and the 4th one, last but not least, is the entrepreneurship track. So they figured out a few months ago that there wasn't anything on entrepreneurship, so that's where the Boost to Business got created. And it is teaches the transitioning members, provide the fundamentals of what is it that they need, the basic for them to start and grow their businesses, not on a day-to-day operation, but basically on the fundamentals that they need, from how do I come up, the business idea, the market recognition, the numbers, how important is it to have a business plan, and also, if and only if you're going to need some access to capital, how is it that I can navigate through that? And last but not least, but also put you in contact with all the resources, the ecosystem that exists to support you. And this is valuable because, again, oftentimes us as service members, we undersell ourselves. When we're transitioning, we have ingrained in a lot of leadership, discipline, and problem-solving skills. Those are essentials, especially if you're trying to do entrepreneurship, small business owner. That's what you're doing. You're trying to solve problems in and out, day in and day out. So oftentimes we undersell ourselves there, but those are valuable skills that we already have upon transitioning. So with this program, it's just going to help you, set on the right track of, if entrepreneurship is right for you, of course. It's not you must gotta do it. Like, no, it's if and only if it is an option that you would like to explore, and it will put you in the right track. And the last portion, how is it valuable for us, as David mentioned, we've been in existence. We've been for the program for 10 years, and it's very satisfying for us being able to see from as a class attendee opening their business doors, and many years later getting to see them, a successful entrepreneur is very fulfilling, very satisfying. And for me as an Army vet, see another veteran successful is just tremendous. It just makes my job a lot more satisfying.
So I'm going to survey you all for a second here that's in the audience. How many of you all heard about Boosted Business prior to today? About 35, 45%. Okay. How many of y'all heard about Boosted Business Reboot? So, Juan, talk about Boosted Business and how does Boosted Business Reboot differ?
Awesome, great follow-up. Thank you for the reminder. So think of it of the Boost to Business as an umbrella. So Boost to Business, again, is primarily for those transitioning to the civilian life, active duty members. However, for those of us who already transition out into the civilian world, we have Boost to Business Reboot. Same curriculum, same concept. The main difference is the audience. We try to put that one-day training together. So instead of 2 days, we do it into one. We collaborate with chambers of commerce, a lot of resource partners. For example, here at San Antonio, we have quite a few that we collaborate with and deliver that training to them. We're respectful of your time. We understand, attending it 2 days is quite challenging. Nonetheless, one day, it is loaded with information, so be ready to come and learn. Nonetheless, it's very valuable. And that's, again, extend to the spouse, very important. Big support of military spouse, because as I tell my friends, when we're in service, when we're TDY, when we're deployed, when we're PCSing, who's holding the fort? Military spouse. That's why I'm a big supporter of them. Because oftentimes, at least in my case, got to call my wife and hey, we have to move, and I'm not there present with her, so she just got to pack and go on herself. So I'm a big supporter. So our services do expand to the military spouse as well. Now, and this is just from the VBUC perspective, but do know that there's a lot more other trainings and resources.
And how does one register for Boosted Business and Reboot?
That's awesome follow-up question, David. Yeah, that's awesome. So
I'm on the hot seat right here. Yeah, I can't tell.
No, that's great. So the simplest, fastest way, you can just Google Boosted Business Calendar. That's the fastest way. First option is going to pop up is going to be the SBA website. And you're going to see 2 calendars. Be mindful, there's a Boosted Business and there's a Boosted Business Reboot. If you don't have access to base anymore, you're looking for a reboot. If you have access to a military installation still, perhaps you're a retiree or you have a VA disability card or something to that nature, you still have access, then you can register for Boosted Business. But be mindful, because all the classes from all the installation, not just CONUS, Borough CONUS, or meaning in the continental US or also overseas, they are on that same calendar. So it's not just the classes for Juan's VBUC here in the West Central South Texas. No, it is for all 31 VBUCs along with the bases in Europe, Asia, and Hawaii and the rest of the world. So just be mindful when you select Boost to Business Reboot or Boost to Business, select the location. Very important. All of them are going to have the date, the name of the class, and the location, the city. Very important. And just pre-registration is all the things that is required.
Should we ask Juan another question since he's on the hot seat now? I can't. Greg, and this one's real big. And this one's near and dear, the next question I'm going to ask you. And I think it's going to resonate with a lot of service members that are here in the crowd and online too. A frequent question we receive even at the SBA level is about the Texas Veterans LLC fee waiver. What is the latest update regarding the LLC? No, first off, what is it? And then what's the latest information with the LLC waiver?
Okay, well, thank you for that question. Yeah, we get hit with that quite a bit as well. So basically what David is referring to is, let me dispel something real quick. It is not just for an LLC, a limited liability company. If you are looking to form a business with the Texas Secretary of State, you can waive the formation fee for a corporation, for the partnership, for whatever formation the Secretary of State does. Keep in mind, the Secretary of State does not do sole proprietorships. That is on the local level. Okay? So if you are looking to form a new 100% veteran-owned business, your formation fee will be waived with the Secretary of State, and your Texas franchise taxes will be exempted for the next 5 years from the date of formation. Not from the date you open the doors of your business, but from the date of formation. So keep in mind when you're looking to form the business, are you ready? Because if not, you're going to start eating up that franchise tax exemption. Yeah? I'm speaking to a person the other day. He formed his business 3 years ago with the Secretary of State, opened the doors today, and he asked me, does my franchise tax start today? No, your franchise tax exemption started 3 years ago. So, keep all of that in mind. But like I said, it has to be a new business, and it has to be 100% veteran owned. What happens is we're the first stop at the Texas Veterans Commission. We are the authority. We have been given the authority to approve or deny. What we're doing is we're approving or denying your military status. So you send us your DD-214, you prove to us that you are a Texas resident because it is a Texas benefit, so you have to be a resident of Texas in order to capture it. This benefit was supposed to sunset, or in other words, end on 31 December of this month. During the last legislative session, this benefit has now become permanent for veterans. So that's fantastic. Right? So there's no rush. I got to get it in by the end of the year. No, we're getting slammed with that right now. It's a permanent benefit for all veterans in Texas.
So Greg, how does one take advantage of this? So which website do I go to? What's the process? So David, I want to start a new small business. Who should I visit first? Which website before going to the Secretary of State of Texas website to pay for my paperwork and file my paperwork status?
Okay, yeah, thank you for that question. Your first step and the easiest way to get in contact with us is through our website. So it's www.tvc.texas, and you have to spell out Texas.gov. So www.tangovictorcharlie.texas.gov. Navigate over to the entrepreneur page. There's a big old yellow button that says connect with a business consultant. You fill out that little application online, and on the bottom it says, what are you asking for? What's your request? I'm looking for a veteran verification letter. You select that, you upload your DD-214. If you don't have access to your DD-214 because maybe you were in the Texas Guard, then upload your NGB-22. If you just can't find those, you can go to the National Archives, and we'll accept the National Archive Form 13083, I believe it was. Don't quote me on that. We will not and we cannot accept a VA letter that says, hey, here's my honorable service. It has to be a DD-214, a Texas NGB-22, or the National Archive form. We will, when you hit that button, you send it over to us. Keep in mind, our entire department consists of 3 business consultants for the state of Texas. So sometimes we have quite a bit of a backlog, right? But that is the best way. Jump on our website, look at the 8 different programs while you're there, but select the Entrepreneur tab, connect with a business consultant.
I'm going to test your memory on something here, sir. What's that? I'm going to test your memory. What is the current fee to incorporate in the state of Texas? If I wanted to do an LLC status, what is the Secretary of State of Texas charging?
The formation fee is $300.
So how many people just saved $300 by coming to today's presentation? My job is done. Thank you very much.
Can I mention one thing that I forgot to mention? Remember, this is a benefit for veteran-owned businesses. So if you're looking to form a nonprofit corporation with the Secretary of State, the Secretary of State will deny that formation fee waiver. The reason for that is nonprofits do not have owners. So the nonprofit cannot be veteran-owned. However, caveat to that, it costs $25 to form a nonprofit corporation with the Secretary of State.
Interesting. Didn't know that one. Okay, Jose, switching to you, sir. So you mentioned you've taken advantage of the services from TVC, from SBA's resource partners, but you, sir, have a lot of tools in your tool bag. And so one of the things you took advantage of, correct me if I'm wrong, is the 7J program, which is offered by the SBA. So tell me more about the E2G program, the Empower to Grow, formerly known as the 7J program.
Sure, thanks. Well, honestly, I think the 2 biggest programs that I took advantage of was the business development training program, basically teaching you the entire capture process, from start to finish. Really, understanding, the pre-qualification, the qualification, and then being able to follow up with those potential buyers, the program managers, and then actually writing the proposal, to that context. Learning about the 3 C's, make sure your proposal is compliant, complete, and convincing. You want to make sure that you're focusing on all that stuff. And all that was, over the course of maybe 6 weeks as well, and instrumental. We still refer to that, almost daily as we respond to requests for informations or sources sought notices, because we want to make sure that when we write those, that we convince the government, the purchaser, the buyer, whomever, that we can do the work, right? And really, it helped us really with that. Another program that we took advantage of was a cost accounting program, where the SBA had a CPA firm on contract to help us develop our cost accounting standards. And I got to tell you, that was critical, because I had potential customers come back and ask, hey, what is your rate for a junior entry-level person, and we throw out a rate. And I'm like, how did you base that on? What we think we can pay and what it's going to cost us. Through that program, we learned the correct way of allocating costs, understanding that government accounting is different than just commercial accounting as well, what your markups are, unallowable and allowable costs, the different cost pools that can exist. It's a very complex, and most importantly, I learned the difference, not to tell a CPA that you want an audit, because an audit and a review are 2 completely different things, especially when it comes to the SBA, because they cost a lot. So basically, those are the 2 programs. I also took advantage of the SBA loan program. I'm not sure if that was a 7J program or not, but as well, we got early on, we got an SBA-backed line of credit. When you start developing a business, you start paying employees, all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm not going to get reimbursed for at least a couple of months after you submit an invoice, and so on and so forth. So, it's critical to have those particular finance programs in place as well.
Thank you, Jose. So you've been in business for a while now, sir. To the veterans and spouses here in the audience, if there was one thing that stood out to you when you first started your small business that was a little challenge, what was it, and how did you navigate that challenge?
Really, the challenge was looking for work. Earlier I said, I started out as a consultant and I transitioned that over to a business. And that's really because I was using, my Rolodex, right? And throughout business, you're going to run into people that you used to work with. Nobody stays in the military forever. They transition out, either become government, employees such as yourselves, or they work for another large business and industry. And really, I think the biggest challenge is realizing that in my network, I had these powerful connections. These connections that could really help my business. And I started networking with people that I know. And I also learned that I have to focus on what I know. My lane in the road is cybersecurity and telecommunications. I know that very well. I have no business bidding on a contract for laundry services. I know how to do laundry at home, but my profession is cybersecurity and telecommunications. Staying in that role, going back to my Rolodex, looking into that, and then being able to function, and execute under that, within those relationships. And really that helped us be able to start growing, utilizing those relationships.
What would you do different, if anything?
Well, that wasn't on this cheat sheet. No, just kidding. I think I would sit down with my family and tell them that my life of working 60-hour work weeks was about to go to 80-hour work weeks, and making sure that they understood the investment we were making, because ultimately you're pouring your heart into it. Nobody is going to work harder for your business than you are. And when you dedicate that, and you invest that, then you start to reap those rewards. But if you don't, and you're like, hey, I'm an 8A, give me a contract, they're going to close the door on you. And I'm like, well, what do? You have to be prepared. You have to look around. You have to ensure that not only are you able to write these proposals, but then you have to invest in your business. You have to do that. I wish I would have done some of that a little bit early on, because it becomes a challenge. I remember, my company right now maintains the CMMC level 2, CMMI level 3 for services, development, and supplier management, ISO standards. And I was like, hey, now we're able to be above our competition. And I got humbled when my competition said, no, you've just caught up to us. So you have to really invest in yourself and your business, sit down with your family, make sure they understand that you're going to be committed to this early on. For at least the first 3 to 5 years, you're going to be working your butt off to make this business successful. Once you start to grow, then you can hire professionals, you can hire a CFO, you can hire a chief operating officer, you can hire a program manager that share your vision, that want to work for you, that understand what your company culture is and what you're building, and then you treat them fairly.
Really good insight, Jose. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to give my panelists here a small break, and I'm going to do a little plug for the Small Business Administration. So you've heard from Juan here, how he works for the VBOC, also known as Veteran. It's acronym soup in the federal government, by the way. So Veterans Business Outreach Center, also known as VBOC. We also have other resource partners that are actually here today in this conference too, that I highly encourage you all to take advantage of the resources. The flagship one that we have is called the Small Business Development Center. They're located here at UTSA downtown. But we also have SBDC in Austin. We have one in San Angelo, Victoria, Laredo. Juan here does a great job covering half the state of Texas for VBOC. He goes to all the military installations, Goodfellow Air Force Base, Lackland Air Force Base, Randolph Air Force Base, part of the Transitions Assistance Program. We also have a SCORE, a network that used to be known as Service Corps of Retired Executives. But you know what? These are just philanthropists that are just giving back their time to help you all ensure that you're successful with your small business endeavors. So when you talk about how SBA helps out you all, regardless if you're a startup or an existing small business owner, you can always rely on the SBA resource partners to assist. And the simple way of checking who they are, you go to sba.gov, sierrabravoalpha.gov. Go there, on the top right corner, local assistance, type in your zip code, and you'll have everything in front of you so you can start making those contacts. So let's dive back into our panelists here. We're on the tail end, gentlemen. Okay, so let's jump over to the topic of financing and certifications. We've talked about the resources that are available, perhaps something that might be advantageous for service members and spouses, but I oftentimes hear about financing being a challenge. So, Juan, most businesses eventually need some sort of financing. And we understand that grants are not as plentiful versus loans. Grants sometimes are targeted for specific things that you're doing as a small business owner. So Juan, how do you support clients in becoming bankable?
That's a great question. So as of 2025, this year, and soon 2026, that's one of the main, I would like to say, challenges for a startup, being the access to capital or be lender ready. You have to cover all your P's and Q's. So as a VBOC, we help you be that lender ready in terms of having that business plan ready, help you identify that total project cost, how much money exactly you're going to need, because oftentimes, fellow vets come to me, hey, Juan, need assistance. I think I need about this much. I'm like, no, you need to know exactly how much you need. And in order for you to identify that, you also need to come up with realistic financial projections. Keyword, realistic. Because oftentimes, we tend to be, as veterans, very optimistic. We just go high numbers. But no, it has to be realistic. And we have to identify how long is it going to take me for me to break even? Because I'm going to have expenses month to month to month. And one of the key parts that new business owners neglect is having those expenses. Short example is if I'm going to take 6 months for me to break even, and I have, for simplicity purposes, $2,000 per month that I'm going to be spending just to stay afloat, not counting revenue coming in. So that's already 2 times 6, that's $12,000. However, when the startup is trying to put the total project cost, they're just like how much I'm going to need in terms of operations, but not in terms of how much it's going to take me to stay afloat. So that 6 month capital, that's $12,000, goes on top of everything else that you're going to be needing. So we guide you step by step, what money exactly you're going to need. And with the lender, because the lender ultimately, they want to see that, but they want to see how are you going to repay them back. Bottom line, that's what they want to see. And with the business plan, it gives them that seriousness, that you've done your homework. It's not just something that you're doing, to give to them, because they're going to ask you a question. And you as a business owner, you put it together, you've done your research, you'll be able to give back those answers easily instead of, oh, give me a second, let me look and see where it is. Like, no. That provides seriousness to the lender. So they'll see right out the bat, like, you know what, this person have done their homework, they're serious about it, they have really invested their time into it. So specifically on the lender readiness, it is crucial. Again, if and only if you're going to be needing some access to capital. But regardless, you're going to be putting some capital injection from whether that's of your savings, maybe a trip savings plan or some other form of financial account that you have. But regardless, you still need to put this information together, this technical knowledge, because it's crucial for you to know just plain good number information. And as you know, the numbers are the backbone for the business, like Jose may tell you. So yes, so that's how we as a VBOC can assist specifically in the lender readiness. And if I may touch, you mentioned grants, because there's this urban story somehow, at the very least from our perspective, a lot of clients come to us and they're like, hey Juan, I heard about grants for startups or grants for small business. I can tell you from my end, I'm not familiar with any grants at the federal level that can assist for startups. However, what I do tell my clients is, excuse me, involve yourself, familiarize with, for example, there are a lot of business plan competitions within the city, at the chamber level, at the EDC, Economic Development Corporation, across the state. Each city's, I don't know them all by heart, but on top of my head, I can tell you there's one coming up in April timeframe at the Rice University in Houston. It is called Veterans Business Battle. It happens every year, April timeframe, and in a matter of fact, if you're interested in applying for that, it just opened the window right now the month of November, and it continues to be open. So Veteran Business Battle, think of it as a Shark Tank type of deal too, where you're pitching your idea. Or even, it doesn't have to be just that you're about to start, but even if you're up and running within the early years, you can still participate. But of course, you need to have your business plan in place. You need to have your research. You need to have, if you're going to be needing some access to capital, again, you're going to be in front of investors, not just from the state of Texas, but across the country. So this program started back in 2014. It was just at the city of Houston, and then year after year gathered so much traction that now it is at the national level. So I highly encourage you, if you're in seek of funds, I tell my fellow vets, the worst thing it can happen, let's say you don't win, that's okay. You perfect your pitch. The more you do it, the more you practice it, the better you get at selling your company, at selling your business and your services. So in the form of grants, that's what I tell my fellow vets. It doesn't have to be the big one. It can be a small business plan competition at the city level, perhaps at the county level, at the chamber, whatever you're nearby. Just familiarize, network, go out to events and participate. And again, best case scenario, you win some free money. Worst case scenario, you perfect your pitch. So
that's good insight, Juan. Appreciate that. So for those that were here this morning, y'all got to hear from keynote speaker by the name of Michael Bryant, and he was with the Texas Department of Transportation. He briefly touched on a particular area that has implications, especially for veterans in Texas, and that's called the HUB program. So, Greg, are you able to elaborate a little more on the recent changes to the HUB program for Texas, and what should veterans and spouses know about this update?
All right. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to hitchhike on the grant thing with Juan real quick.
Yeah.
If I have time. Everything he said is right on the money. If you are a women-owned business or a woman veteran-owned business, please jump on the Texas Women's University's newsletter. They have 2 grant cycles per year, one for women-owned businesses and one for women veteran-owned businesses. So, and it's like, God, years now they've been doing that,
Can you repeat it?
the Texas Women's University, which is up in Denton. Yeah. And they have 2 grant cycles per year, one for women-owned businesses and one for women veteran-owned businesses. So if you're a woman veteran-owned business, you can also apply for the woman-owned business. So you got 2 grant opportunities there with TWU. So let me jump into what David, you're talking about, the Texas Hub program. How many are familiar with the Texas Hub program? Does that sound familiar? Okay. It's the Texas Historically Underutilized Business Program that is administered by the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts. If you've been keeping abreast with the news that has come out, that program has been revamped as of the 2nd of December. The Texas Hub program had 3 categories: women-owned, minority-owned, and service-disabled veteran-owned, where you had to be at least 20% disabled or rated by the VA. The revamp that recently happened got rid of the woman-owned portion and the minority-owned portion. The only category under this program now is the service-disabled veteran-owned business category. And along with that, they retitled the program. It is no longer the Texas Hub. It is now called the VET Hub. Veteran Heroes United in Business. That's right, eh? Yeah, Veteran Heroes United in Business. So that revamp portion was done under the emergency rules for the state of Texas. If your business was hubbed as minority or women-owned, you have until the 1st of January to try to claim that business, if you fit the category of service-disabled, to transition your category to the service-disabled veteran-owned business category. What this essentially did is it took out, maybe I shouldn't say this, thousands of hub businesses that were eligible or were participating down to like around 300, 400 businesses now that qualify for the Vet Hub program.
So for SBA to be considered a veteran-owned small business, it's 51% or more ownership. How does that apply for this particular certification on the state level for the Vet Hub?
It's essentially the same.
Okay.
The requirements are essentially the same. Majority owned by a veteran, the veteran must also operate the day-to-day operations of that business.
Got it. Just want to make sure, federal, state, sometimes there are little things that are different, but I just want to make sure you all are understanding too, if you have a partner in this, 51% or more majority ownership veteran-owned, 20% VA-related claims. Okay. All right. Jose, we do have one more question for you before we turn it over to the crowd, and want to be respectful of everyone's time to take advantage of the other workshops taking place here. Congratulations, sir, on graduating on the 8A program for SBA program. So the 8A program is our flagship federal certification program. Historically speaking, you must be in business for at least 2 years to even apply to get into the program. There are a few exceptions. If you have a product or service you can sell to the federal government. So Mr. Jose here just graduated November 1st, correct, sir? So
Actually, October 31st.
October 31st. So first and foremost, congratulations, sir. How did the program benefit you? And yes, a round of applause for Mr. Jose, yes.
Thank you, thank you. I got to tell you, David, it's a tremendous program. You know, it really exists. I think when I entered the program, I didn't really understand the amount of work that I needed to do also. A lot of people think, hey, I'm an 8A, goes to the contracting officer and says, hey, I'm an 8A, I'm eligible for direct awards. And they're like, good for you, get in line. You know what I mean? You got to go back out there and really start to work on it. But honestly, you know, I'm happy to say that by I think it was year 4, we received our first direct award after over a year of direct marketing and explaining our services and our ability Now that we graduated, I did a quick look at the numbers, and we did over $41 million in 8A sales
That's
over
huge.
the last 5 years.
Yes.
Half of it direct award, half of it competed under the GSA Stars 8A program as well. So, it's not just the revenue, but it was also the other services that the SBA enables. Like earlier, I talked about the PTAC.
Yep.
I'm sure that Mr. Santos Flores over here and his program also provide a lot of training. And it's training on all different aspects. Proposal writing, as I talked about earlier, cost accounting, you name it. They're always, social media, I think, is a new one really out there to find out what you can and can't post or should post, I think, as well. So the program is just fantastic. And I hope it continues, David. I know different strains on our current political system, affect the different programs. But honestly, I think we benefited. We were a little late bloomers in the program, before we started realizing what and how we could do and approach that idea over to our clients. Yeah, so, we consider it a success.
Good to hear, sir. Thank you. So we're getting real close on time. So Jose, I'll start with you. Any last minute remarks for our aspiring veteran-owned small business owners and military spouses in the audience? What are some parting words you'd like to leave with, sir?
Just remember that, I think I said this earlier, but your business success is based on what you put into it. Sit your family down. Make sure that they understand the commitment you're making. A huge shout out to my wife, by the way. I forgot to mention that earlier because she carried the family operations, while I focused on this business. I can't tell you the number of times that I worked till, I didn't get to the computer till about 11:30 at night after the kids were done with homework and we got back from all the different activities and stuff. So make sure that you have that. But more importantly, believe in yourself. Invest in yourself. Get your professional certifications as well. Make sure that when you go and talk to clients that they see the value that you bring. Be passionate about your business. Make sure that you articulate that as well. And, if you struggle to speak to clients and understand that, take a couple of speech classes. There's no harm in that. Take a couple of other classes on outreach on how to be able to do it. Your elevator speech really will allow you to take that 2-minute intro down to 10 or 20 and then get a follow-on invitation. So really just, focus on it and get after it.
Thank you, Jose. Greg, closing remarks, sir.
If you're looking to start a new business or are new to business itself, please have your exit strategy in mind from the beginning. If you could going to consider your business to be a legacy business that you want to pass down to your children, the business decisions that you make are going to be very different than if you're planning to sell that business in 10 years. That will align and really help align the business decisions that you make, is if you already start with the exit strategy in mind.
Thank you. My 2 cents, I'll share with you guys. Your military service already provide you with all the skills and tools you need to succeed. So my advice to you is you're more than capable already than succeed in the field. But don't be afraid. As a veteran myself, I can tell you that oftentimes we don't want to ask for questions, but like, hey, Greg, Racer, reach out for assistance, for a mentor. As David mentioned earlier, the SBA Resource Partner, your ecosystem, we exist for you. We are here for you. Reach out to your closest small business development center. Reach out to your closest SCORE. Definitely reach out to us, the VBOC program. I know most of you probably come out of other cities, not just San Antonio. Do know that there's a program close to you. And if you're not familiar, come to the booth 216. That's where I'm at. I have a booth set up. Come talk to me and definitely put you in contact with resources that are available for you. Bottom line, there's no need to pay for business planning. There's no need to pay for market research. And there's definitely no need to pay for services like this. There's companies that exist out there, and that's what their business model. However, for you, member of the military community, there's no need to pay for none of that stuff. So exhaust all your free services first, and then if and only if there's something that you must pay out of pocket, then by all means. But first, exhaust everything that's at no cost to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. So we have a few minutes left, and do want to give an opportunity for maybe 3 questions from the audience, and I see a bunch of hands flying. I don't know if we have a potential runner to help out with the questions here.
You have a mic?
I'm grabbing a microphone and just start tossing it into the... Okay, we have a runner here. They're coming. I'll repeat your question, ma'am. So if you want to come over here, and then I'll repeat it for the audience.
So you know that a lot of businesses, they fail because of taxes. Is there some place that veterans can go, get their taxes taken care of with their small business? Thank you.
So the question is regarding taxes for veterans. If there's any particular place that we recommend, is there something that jumps out to you, gentlemen, for taxes?
I do not know of anyone that will do business taxes for free. We do have a pretty large database of veteran-friendly accountants and CPAs that we work with.
And how can they find the veteran-friendly CPA's office?
Yeah. Connect with us on our website.
You got that, ma'am? So there is a network that it works with the TVC, but also SBA Resource Partners also have a list of CPAs probably within their respective districts as well. So reach out to the SBA Resource Partners in addition to TVC. Okay, next question. I see a gentleman here ready to run down the aisle here like he just won The Price is Right.
Thank you so much for putting the panel together.
Thank you, sir.
Great information that we can actually use. Dealing with financing, I'd like to provide Juan and Jose. I don't know if you were more on GovCon or retail on your cyber, but if you were on the GovCon side and you're looking at government contracts, how do you factor your pipeline to actually put on your business, your financials to actually qualify for loans, or you take it out of high for the first couple of years while you're waiting for this contract?
Can you kind of repeat the question just the people online too, and then, yeah.
So basically, how do you finance your business on the GovCon side? So I'm up GovCon, right? So that's a lesson I learned the hard way, right? So early on, I did it through controlled growth, right? Controlled growth meaning hired 1 to 2 employees, being able to look at the pipeline to be able to do it. Then I actually reached out to my bank at the time to inquire about getting a line of credit. At the end of the day, you need to get one. Luckily, they were an SBA approved lender. We're able to get a nominal line of credit going. We also negotiated with our prime contractor about rapid payment terms as well. So net 20 or net 15 versus net 30 or net 45, I think is the standard nowadays, to help expedite payment, because you're absolutely right. It's tough. Personally, watch out for factoring. Companies out there that'll say, I'll buy your invoice, and then, because you got to look at those terms. Sometimes those terms get super expensive, and you find out yourself you're losing money as well. Really, local banks around here, finally, I found a couple of the local banks here are understanding of GovCon and basically work with those businesses, especially if you have an invoice or a contract that's been signed. They'll look at that as proof and say, yes, we will finance you. Of course, you'll have to participate in those things, making sure they get the payments made in the account, where then they can ensure that the line of credit is being paid first, and so on and so forth. You get in that little model. I can elaborate more afterwards if you want.
So, unfortunately, they're giving me the hook. What y'all don't see in front of me is the TV flashing like time's up. We will stick around. I'll have the panelists, if y'all don't mind, come to the floor here, as people still have some Q&As, if that's okay with you all. Okay, great. That being said, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this briefing, this panel here. And I really want to give a shout out to the panelists again, Jose, Greg, Juan. Thank you very much. And look forward to connecting with you all. Thank you very much.
How was that panel? Good? They'll be down here if you want to do some networking and get them at the end of the aisle, right in front of the black curtains. So we're almost ready for lunchtime. So take the next 15, 20 minutes, go through the exhibit hall. We will be starting the lunch line at 11:30 and go through the hall, around the booths, and then come through, and then you'll come back in here with your box lunch and your beverage. And we will start this program around 11:45. So we'll see you in a little while. Thank you. Hey! The lunch line is now open. So if you want to go and get in the line and bring your lunch back in here. It's if you have a ticket for a box lunch, we're lining up straight through the exhibit hall, and the line will go around the booths and come back through. Oh, sorry. So the lunch line is now open. We hope to have everyone in within the next 15 to 20 minutes, and we will be starting the program. Our head table is being served by our wonderful catering staff, True Flavors. So they will be prepared to start our program in about another 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. hall, there's plenty of seats up here in the front. So, and then there's beverages all the way over here on the side as well if you have a need for tea or water or other types of beverages. We have quite a few people in line, so we're going to give a little bit more time for them to come in and join us before we get started. Is everybody doing okay? Lots of good networking conversations so far? Outstanding. So we're going to key up our SA Live video right now. If our AV company can get that. And you can see the interview we did with Judge Sakai and talking about today's event. It's about a 3.5-minute video. Right after that, then we'll work on getting started with the program. So welcome.
The 2025 Bexar County Business
County, and I'm serving as the director of the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Department. So AV company, you ready? We can key that up. Thank you so much.
The 2025 Bexar County Business Conference is coming up on December 10th, featuring workshops, vendor education, tech, resources, and more. It's a tremendous opportunity for business owners in our area. And Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai joins us today. Thank you for having us, sir.
Well, we're here at the Bexar County Small Business Entrepreneurship Department. Renee Watson's the director, and thank you, Fiona, for KSAT covering this.
Of course, it's always such a joy to visit here. We have visited before, and it's such a great venue. Let's talk about the Bexar County Business Conference. What exactly is it for those who may not know?
Look, we know that small businesses are the backbone of this community, and this is Bexar County's efforts and mission to enhance our small business community. We want to make sure that they're given every opportunity, equal access, equal opportunity, so that they can prosper and grow. But a lot of small businesses need help.
Yeah.
They need help, and this is what this conference is all about.
This is the 25th year.
I know.
I mean, that's got to feel great. Congrats, okay? And it's in December every year. And why is that?
Well, it's the end of the year, but it is so that we can start the new year with promise and potential. And so what we want to do is get people at the end of the year, hopefully they're kind of wrapping things up for the end of the year with their budgets or business plan. And this is an opportunity to re-energize and start the spring and start January 1 with the new year.
How did it all get started?
Well, Bexar County has always been here for small businesses, and Renee Watson has been there for the community as the director. And so what the county has always done was they wanted to make sure that they were connected, especially as we know, we got a new baseball stadium coming, we've got a new Spurs arena coming, and so there are going to be tremendous opportunities for small business, especially in the construction and the contracting. And we want to make sure we have a commitment to make sure that small business in the local community are going to prosper from those opportunities.
Why does the county hold this conference?
Because it's all part of growth and prosperity. You know, I took a trip to Japan to bring Japanese businesses, manufactured. In fact, I've got two coming. I've got two, American Katera, Yamaguchi Heavy Industries. I've got Senko Plastics coming next year and opening. But these big businesses need the small businesses to support their employees and to help provide the growth. And so that's the reason why we can't forget the small business community in this town. It is too valuable. We have over 34,000 small businesses. I mean, look at the restaurants, look at the service industry. We've got to make sure small business community thrives.
What makes this conference different from other kind of similar events?
Well, I just think it's the best conference ever. One is it's about access, learning how to access, especially with governmental entities. It's about education. It's about mentorship. It's about connections. You're going to have direct contact with county staff, county departments that provide for these contracts. So it's an opportunity to get one-on-one. It's also an opportunity to network. And anybody who's in this world now knows you've got to network in order to grow.
Judge Sakai, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you, Fiona.
The 25th Annual Bexar County Business Conference will take place on Wednesday, December 10th from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Freeman Expo Hall. For more information, you can call 210-335-2478. That's 210-335-2478, or scan the QR code on your screen or visit the website bexarcounty.org/SBED.
So we still have a tremendous line coming in, which is fantastic. As you're entering the hall, it's seating over here in the front. And I know some folks don't like to sit in the front on the front pews, but today we should be all down front, right? Get all the great information, the great sharing of what's going on today, lots of networking, lots of good information. We're going to go ahead and get started. And as they come in, if we can go ahead and take the house lights down in the front, and we have some folks helping folks to find seating, because we are broadcasting and we're sharing on a lot of social media platforms as well as recording the presentation. So we are ready to get started today. Is everybody okay with that? The hall should be pretty full by the time we finish today. If you did not receive a lunch ticket, there may be some available at the front counter, and you can circle back. But we pretty much were sold out, and we have a few more that some folks had to leave, and they were turning their lunch tickets back in. So go, please, if you did not receive a lunch ticket, check at the front desk. But we are ready to get started. I am honored today to have our MC for the afternoon is in Mark Gager. He serves as our Chief Information Officer for Bexar County, and he provides all of the technology and makes all of our jobs easier in how we operate each and every single day. So join me in welcoming Mark Gager, who will serve as your MC for our lunch program. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. And I'm honored and privileged to be part of this great event. To get us started today, I want to welcome Miguel Avila, Adjutant with the American Legion, Adiel Murphy, Post 336, for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Remain standing for the national anthem.
Please remain standing for the national anthem.
Wow.
Thank you, Miguel. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce those folks seated at the head table here. I'm going to start to my right, your left. Hope Shimabuku. She's a regional director with the Southwest Office, United States Patent and Trademark Office. Maria Stanton, Vice President, Supply Chain, CPS Energy. Melinda Rodriguez, University Health. Ken Montgomery, Director, Bexar County Parks and Recreation. Debbie Ugarte, ACOG. The Honorable Jose Menendez, Texas State Senator, District 26. The Honorable Lucia Adame Clark, County Clerk, Bexar County. The Honorable Albert Ureste, Tax Assessor Collector, Bexar County. The Honorable Javier Salazar, Bexar County Sheriff. The Honorable Peter Sakai, Bexar County Judge. Derek Howard, Executive Director, Freeman Coliseum. Daniel Garza III, Associate Director of Purchasing, Spurs Sports and Entertainment. Sherry Camp, San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. I don't think she's here yet. David Elizondo, District Director, San Antonio District Office, SBA. Gary Joris, Joris General Contractors. I don't believe he's here yet. Curtis Brandon, U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, OSDBU. There we go. Walter Garrity, past American Legion 20th District Commander, past 3rd Division Vice Commander, Adiel Murphy, Post 336, Judge Advocate. Arnold Marin, American Legion, Adiel Murphy, Post 336, Commander. And last but not least, Miguel Avila, the American Legion, Adiel Murphy, Post 336, Adjutant. Okay, now I want to introduce our first speaker. This person is the Honorable Jose Menendez, Texas Senator, District 26. It's my honor to introduce him today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So I have two things I'm going to do. One is what is expected and one's a surprise. So let's go with what brings me here today. I also want to say to those maybe in the room, one, I'm very happy to see that we have interpreters. Two, buenas tardes a los que no puedan hablar español. I don't know any of you who had this experience growing up, but many times growing up, I had my mom and dad hit me with an elbow and say, ¿Qué dijo? And so I would have to translate as people were speaking. And you know, that's okay at a PTA meeting or a school thing. It's not okay when you're doing a business transaction. And that's one of the things I like about Bexar County, I love about Bexar County and San Antonio, is that we are focused on all of us understanding and having respect for each other. I want to thank the county judge. I want to thank Renee Watson. I want to thank all the leadership here for not just for having me here to celebrate what I believe is the heartbeat of Bexar County, which is in our economy, which are small businesses. A huge thank you to someone who she leads a team and has been doing so well for so long, Renee Watson. They have made this possible. Let's give her a round of applause. As we stand in this room, in this expo hall, filled with business owners, filled with innovators, filled with entrepreneurs, people who bring your culture, your creativity, who create opportunities. It is the small businesses, it's you in this room who, collectively, You represent and hire 80% of the workforce across the nation. It's why I'm here today. I need to be in Austin a little later today, but I wanted to make sure I came here to support you, because it's not just a policy issue. For me, this is personal. When my parents came to this country looking for a better opportunity for their family, like many immigrants have, they didn't have a plan, but they knew they had to do something. And it was with grit, determination, and the belief if you work hard, play by the rules, and tell the truth, you can build a life for your family in this country. I believe that dream and those rules still apply in Bexar County. For us, the dream started on the west side of San Antonio with a small music business where we manufactured, and this will really date me, as I was a kid working on 8-track tapes. Yeah, I remember the 45s and the albums, and then worked on the cassettes, and then obviously went to CDs. My mom had a little record store on Houston Street next to the Alameda. Watching them struggle, working 7 days a week sometimes in order to keep the doors open, making sure they made payroll first before they paid themselves. Many of you know what that is like. That's why I know the small businesses in this community are the backbone, not just of Bexar County, but the state of Texas and the nation as a whole. So, every storefront, every food truck, every service company, every one of you, no matter how big or small your small business is, you are part of what makes the fabric of this county and this city and this state stronger. So as I look around and I look over all of these people, so many that I know, I see the same spirit that I have come to know well in the people who engendered in me the love of this country, the love of hard work, the love of entrepreneurship, and the love of education. And that was my parents. So the willingness to dream and to keep going even when you're struggling, even when someone leaves you hanging with a receivable that you were hoping that you needed to make that payroll, you got to understand that you have to keep going even when it's not easy. So folks, my promise is simple to you. I want to ensure that every small business, whether it's just starting as an idea on a notebook or a multi-generational family shop, that you all have the tools, the resources, and the support that you need to grow. So I look forward and I commit to you that I will work hand in hand with everybody you see on this dais, from the Bexar County Judge to Renee Watson and all the leaders up here, and the state of Texas, to make sure that we stay committed to your success. And that's why we're here. Muchas gracias y que Dios los bendiga. May God bless you and your state. Before I leave, I want to present a resolution that we passed at the State Senate before we came down. Resolution was passed in the Senate, signed by Lieutenant Governor Patrick, the Secretary of the Senate, Patsy Spa, and myself. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it honors and it talks about the 25-year commitment that Renee Watson has served to the community with distinction as a director of the Bexar County Community. Renee, come up here, Renee. I want to present this to you. Now more than ever, we need professionals like you who are committed to small business and entrepreneurship across the county. You have been a role model, a leader, and someone without whom we would not all be here today. So thank you very much for your commitment and your service.
Thank you. Thank you.
You got it, my friend.
Thank you. Take a picture. Yeah, let's take a picture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Our next speaker is one of the most recognized law enforcement leaders in Texas. As Bexar County Sheriff since 2017, he's known for his focus on transparency, innovation, and public safety and community engagement. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Javier Salazar.
Well, welcome to everybody from the business community. Thank y'all so much for coming out today. It's important that y'all, sorry about the glare. It's important that y'all came out today because, look, the Bible says it, and I believe it. Iron sharpens iron. So if you can spend time around like-minded individuals, you're learning from each other and you're upping each other's game. But secondly, I'm glad to be out here with y'all today because I'm a firm believer that you and I are joined at the hip, or at least we should be. And reason being is because there is a direct correlation between a safer community and your bottom line. I mean, I got your attention now, don't I? Well, it just goes without saying that if people feel safe coming into a community, if they feel safe going into your establishment, they're going to shop there, and you're going to make more money as a result of it. Business is better, and it all hinges on people's ability to feel safe in a given community. Conversely, if they don't feel safe going into a community, if they feel like they're going to get shot or robbed, they're not going to come. And you can't afford to do business in that area anymore. You shutter your business and move on. Before long, you've got a whole block of former businesses that are now shuttered, and crime begets crime, and it's just the community suffers as a result. So our ability, you and me, to keep your community safe and to keep people coming to your establishment, the whole community hinges upon our ability to do that. So at the sheriff's office, we do our best to work with our businesses countywide. Whether you're in the city, in the incorporated areas, or out in the unincorporated areas, makes no difference to us. As long as your business is in Bexar County, and or you live in Bexar County, then call us and we will help you out. And the way we can help you out is a variety of programs that we have that are available to our business community. We've got the Sheriff's Gold Badge Certification Program, where if you'll call us out, we'll come out and we'll conduct a safety assessment of your business or your campus, whatever it may be. We could send out as many deputies as need be to do this, but we'll come out and we'll do a security assessment of your business. And we'll make suggestions on camera placement, what to do in the aftermath of a crime should you suffer one. We offer tips on everything from being a good witness in the case of a robbery or a theft to how to address things like employee pilferage. And so that's our Gold Badge program. If and when you successfully complete that program, we'll give you a nice big seal for your front door that says that you subscribe to the Sheriff's Gold Badge certification. Psychologically, there is some psychology behind this. When a person coming into your business might have ideas of bad intentions, seeing a big gold badge on the front door with the word sheriff on it may tend to make them think twice about coming into that business and acting silly. And so to take advantage of that and a lot of the other programs that I'm going to talk about, you can email us at score@bear.org. SCORE, score@bear.org. Just remember that score as in the Dallas Cowboys score another touchdown. Okay, maybe not. But anyway, score@bear.org. Some of the other programs that we do, and I'll make it as short as I can, we do programs having to do with fentanyl. Renee has hosted us over at her office on a program called One Pill Can Kill. And what that program does is it educates the community on what they need to know to keep their kiddos and themselves safe from fentanyl. So that program, One Pill Can Kill, is something that myself will come out and we'll teach this course on how to keep people safe. We also do a presentation with an organization called Ransomed Life on human trafficking and what parents of teens and preteens need to know. That program is called Lures and Lies. We also do an active shooter presentation. Now, where the business community comes in on those programs, Lures and Lies, One Pill Can Kill, and our active shooter presentation, is that we can either come out and do that presentation for you and for your employees, or if you'd like again, the sky's the limit. If you all ever wanted to host like a meet and greet for the community to come in and get to know your business, or host a lunch and learn for the surrounding community to come in and hear the Bexar County Sheriff's Office make these presentations and give life-saving information, hey, have at it. So to host us for any of those, along with our Stop the Bleed training, once again, the email you can send us the email to is score at bexar.org. Let them know which of those you're interested in doing, whether it be the Sheriff's Gold Badge certification or any of those prevention programs, and we'd love the opportunity to come out and partner with you to keep your community safe, and once again, help yourself on your bottom line. Thank you all so much for having us out today. Be safe.
Hey, thank you, Sheriff Salazar. Our next speaker has served Bexar County with distinction over a decade as the Bexar County Tax Assessor Collector. He's known for his innovative public service, earning national recognition for his work. It's my privilege to introduce the Honorable Albert Uresti.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name's Albert Uresti, and I'm the Bexar County Tax Assessor Collector. Our mission is working to help keep families in their homes, something we work at every single day. Our goal is to provide our citizens and the business community the best customer service possible. So let me begin by telling you what we do not do. We do not set your property values. That is done by the Bexar Central Appraisal District. We do not set your tax rates. That is done by the different tax entities such as the school districts and the city, etc. So now to what we do. The Tax Assessor Collector's Office collects property taxes, does over 2 million vehicle registration and title transfers, and most importantly, we advocate for our taxpayers. One of the main reasons a business closes is because of taxes, all sorts of taxes, including property taxes. This is why we work so hard to make sure that we try our best to make paying your taxes easier. Bexar County has the most property tax payment plans in the state of Texas, including our most popular plan, the half payment plan. Now, it's too late for this year, but I would encourage those of you that have never used it to look at using it. We have over 80,000 people that use this plan. It's available to everybody. You pay half your taxes in November, half your taxes in June, keeps you from having to pay everything in January. We also have a prepayment plan, which is great for businesses and homeowners. So what this does, if you don't have an escrow account, it allows you to set up a payment plan for however many months you want. 6 months, 4 months, 8 months. You know, summer comes around, you want to go on vacation, you don't send in a payment, no harm, no foul, it's your money. And in October, we're going to send you a statement for whatever balance is due. So it's a great thing to have. Some very important deadlines is April 15th. I know I'm getting feedback here, but so April 15th, that's your rendition. That's for all businesses. Now, it went up quite a bit, so you probably won't have to do it this year. It used to be $2,500. Now it's gone up to $125,000. So if your personal property is worth less than $125,000, then you don't have to worry about it. The May 15th is a deadline to appeal your property values with the appraisal district, and the value increase notices will be going out in March. This is really important because if you don't appeal your property values, if you think they're in error, then that's going to mean you're going to have to pay more property taxes. One of our most recent accomplishments, which I'm really, really proud of, is that now we changed the rules. So if you protest your property values this year and you win, you don't have to protest your property values next year. They will stay the same. So it's, you know, I know a lot of you, that was one of the chief complaints I heard, and so we have fixed that. Well, thank you. That was nice. And also, the thing I will tell you is also, this is probably the final year of the 20% cap for businesses on the increase on taxes. I know the senator left, but I've talked to him about it, so we're hoping to extend that several years. And of course, for those of you that are 65 and older, I don't see any of y'all, but you know, keep in mind that this year, if you own a home that is $200,000 or less and you're 65 and over, you pay no property school taxes. So finally, we're here to help. My staff will tell you that I have never, ever turned away a homeowner or a business owner who was sincere in wanting to keep their property. I encourage you to come by our booth today and get additional information from our staff. One thing I want to do, y'all need to give yourselves a big round of applause because you guys are brave. I saw my dad and my mom suffer for 50 years. He was a self-employed truck driver, and I'm going to tell you, I know your pain, so I want to congratulate you. And in closing, my name is Albert Udesti, and it has been an honor to serve you for the last 13 years. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and may 2026 be your best year ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Uresti. Our next speaker is a pivotal leader at the nation's largest public power utility. Please join me in welcoming Maria Stanton, VP Supply Chain, CPS Energy.
Good afternoon. A big congratulations to Ms. Renee Watson and her team for another successful business conference. Way to go, ma'am. Working hard to bring small businesses to contracting opportunities. That's how our team sees it. CPS Energy is proud to sponsor this wonderful event again this year. Many of you are small and local businesses. We see you. And we know that you don't pay just one bill, you pay two. You pay a residential and you pay a commercial. With that in mind, we thank you for being great customers, but know that we are committed to keeping these dollars local as much as possible. My team and I want you to know that there is a change in the procurement landscape for CPS Energy for this next year and a year after that. As an example, we've got a lot of capital-intensive projects that we're going to be needing contractors to come out and help us build infrastructure. Just on ERCOT related transmission projects alone, those are the really, really tall power lines that you see, the big towers. That's $3 billion alone in 2026. Why so much work? Because of all the growth that we've seen in our community, and we know at CPS Energy there's a line of data centers trying to come in and build here in our community. Under the leadership of James Massey, he's our leader over supplier engagement and development, our team has accomplished just this year 250 outreach events. They either hosted or attended. Out of these, we registered almost 500 suppliers. Local spend, so back to my commitment of trying to keep dollars local, through Q3, our spend has been $636 million. That's what we've kept here in San Antonio when we contract. That's almost 74% of all competitive spend. Also for small businesses, through Q3, we have kept here, for small businesses, $357 million awarded through the Q3. That's about 45% of our competitive spend, not a small number. We are very happy that we coined the term debundling. We were challenged in trying to split contracts where we typically would award to one. We're now awarding to, say, 3 and more tiers. So out of the debundling efforts just this year, there were 260 contract opportunities. Those resulted in 790 awards for contracts. That is $3.2 billion in work. And of that money, the funds went to 472 local firms and 363 small firms. In all of that debundling work, we also track subcontracting spend, so that's that next layer. That resulted in 564 subcontractors being awarded contracts by our primes, which was over $100 million in spend. So a lot of dollars. I know there was a lot of figures, but know that we are working really hard to make sure that we fulfill our duty to serve, which is to provide safe, reliable electric service and natural gas. I ask you to please stop by our booth. It's right to the left as you walk through this main exit. We have a lot of smiling faces there who are representing CPS Energy and have a lot of good information. So please stop by to get more info. We wish you very happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is the first Latina and first woman elected in history since the creation of the Republic of Texas as Bexar County Clerk. She was born and raised in San Antonio. Miss Adame Clark is a mother of 2 beautiful children and a wife of a sheriff's deputy. Please join me in welcoming Luce Adame Clark.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we wide awake? Yes? I am the County Clerk of Bexar County, where we handle your small business, doing business as an assumed name. We have our records on the run here, where you can purchase your DBA and assumed name and purchase a marriage license and get married today. Why not? Why not? We also do a lot of innovative partnerships. We're getting ready to deploy our kiosk project in partnership with BCIT and our vendor, where we're going to put kiosks person to person in our community, because we serve 26 cities and unincorporated county thanks to Commissioner's Court and the county judge. And we're also, you're going to get excited, we're getting ready to deploy e-certification, where you'll no longer have to drive to the courthouse. You'll be able to purchase any non-judicial record or judicial record from the comfort of your own home or your own office. It is an amazing project. I am so honored to stand here another year with many of you all who are innovators and know that we do free ribbon cuttings and we do promotions for your business. We want to make sure that not only do you start your business, you stay in business, you sustain your business. My staff is here to assist you and partner up with you, and I'm available for meetings. If I'm not able to support you, I will guide you and direct you to the right office. We're about building relationships and making sure you get the answers you need. The business conference has helped build many, many relationships, and it continues to do amazing things in Bexar County. It builds community through networking and connecting those through needing subcontractors and just finding out the normal information you need. To empower one another is to grow. The economy only grows when we work together, not against each other. Know that the county clerk handles, thank you so much. Know that the county clerk handles many departments and is also in charge of the beautiful historical records that go back to Spanish colonial era. Now you no longer have to open a book. You can go on our website and look at the Spanish colonial history going back to 1700. We also have your trademarks and your cattle brand. And if you have any information that we can collaborate in partnership together, get my business card, send me an email, and we'll get you on our schedule for 2026. As I move on, we have a recognition for Ms. Renee Watson. Renee Watson has done so much for our community, and I've been with Bexar County since 1997. I started at the age of 12. Just a little, hint. I'm going on 54. I'm proud to going on 54. I started at the age of 12, the age of 24, and I worked for 5 sheriffs. I used to do the forensic lane evidence, and at the time that I used to work at the sheriff's office, I did work in partnership with Renee Watson before I became the county clerk. I want to present this to Renee Watson. Renee? This is from Congressman Cuellar. Congressional recognition. This certificate is presented to Renee Watson, our director of Bexar County Small Business Entrepreneurship Center. In honor of your significant 25 years of contribution in public service to our small business and entrepreneurship community. Thank you for your dedication and service to South Central Texas. Your commitment cannot be overstated. Again, thank you. Signed on the 8th of December, 2025 by Congressman PhD Henry Cuellar. Thank you. You're welcome. And then this is from our office because we do a lot of business with Renee and we partner up in a lot of things. I know I was eating. I was eating, girl. Congratulations, Renee Watson, Director of Small Business and Entrepreneurship Department, on your 25 years of annual Bexar County Business Conference. This remarkable milestone stands as a testament to your dedication to empowering our community. Since establishing the conference, you have created invaluable opportunities for vendors, partnerships, and buyers to connect, collaborate, and grow. Your leadership continues to make a lasting impact. Congratulate Renee Watson along with us.
Thank you.
I couldn't tell you anything, but I gotta clean it. Girl, I was eating over it.
Thank you, Lucy.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone. Lucy Adame Clark, Bexar County Clerk.
Thank you, Ms. Adame Clark. Our next speaker is a U.S. Air Force veteran and longtime SBA leader. As District Director of the U.S. SBA's San Antonio District Office, he provides leadership and oversight to deploy SBA programs and services across 55 Texas counties, including San Antonio and Austin. Please join me in welcoming David Elizondo.
Good afternoon. So it's an honor to be with you all today as the District Director for SBA San Antonio District Office. Each year this conference reflects the strength, creativity, and resilience that define the small business community in Bexar County and surrounding communities. And 2025 is no exception. I want to begin by offering a heartfelt thank you to someone who has made a tremendous impact on our entrepreneurial ecosystem, Ms. Renee Watson. Where are you, Renee? She's hiding right now. She thinks she's going to eat. So, Renee, your dedication to helping small business owners succeed is felt across this region. And some of you all may know, but this past year, Renee was actually recognized as the 2025 Small Business Champion of the Year for the Small Business Administration San Antonio District Office. Renee, it's a testament to your deep commitment to service. And we want to thank you for everything you do to empower our small business and strengthen our partnerships. Thank you, ma'am. I also want to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation to the SBA San Antonio District Office team and also the SBA Resource Partners, Small Business Development Center, Veterans Business Outreach Center, and SCORE. Over the past year, you have shown unwavering dedication to our mission, which is supporting entrepreneurs, expanding access to capital, empowering underserved communities, and ensuring that business owners receive the guidance they need to grow and thrive. Your work is meaningful, it changes lives, and it continues to drive our economic progress throughout the region. As we look forward, I'm excited to share, because of the furlough, that is actually, the Small Business Week nominations for 2026 is currently open. So if you know anyone in the community that we would like to recognize, do know that nominations are open until December 22nd. This is an incredible opportunity to highlight the exceptional leaders, lenders, advocates, and innovators who make our small business community so vibrant. If you know a business owner or partner who demonstrates excellence, resilience, or community impact, I encourage you to nominate them. These awards not only celebrate individual achievement, they also inspire others and showcase the strength of our district office on a national stage. To all the entrepreneurs that are here today, thank you for choosing to build your business in our district and also in Bexar County. You are job creators, problem solvers, and community builders. The SBA is proud to stand by you, and we remain committed to supporting you in your growth for the months and years ahead. So thank you very much to Renee and team, Your Honor. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this important event, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is a seasoned leader in venue management and community engagement. As Executive Director of Bexar County Community Arenas, he oversees one of the most highlighted venues in San Antonio, the Freeman Coliseum and its neighboring Frostbank Center grounds. Please join me in welcoming Derek Howard.
Thank you very much. Renee, if you would come up here, it's going to take just a few minutes for me to pick on you just a little bit. First off, I want to thank every one of you for coming and welcome to your home. This is a county venue that is owned by the community, and it has been my pleasure to be one of the stewards of this site. I want to just take you back in history just a little bit. You got to come closer to me, please. When Renee and I first talked about bringing this event to the grounds, we put it in the Freeman Coliseum. So I'm going to walk you through some concepts. When it was in the Freeman Coliseum's floor is about 32,500 square feet. She says, Derek, I think I'm getting too big for your hall. What do we do? Can we put them in the concourse? I says, no, Renee, we just built the new building. We're going to move them out to the new building. So at that time, we only had halls A and B, which collectively is a little bit over 100,000 square feet. Within 2 years, Renee filled that building. Now we're into hall C. So we're just under 200,000 square feet of space that we're utilizing to make sure that we get the message out to the small business community. Thanks to you.
Thank you. Thank you. 15 years in this building.
15 years in this building.
15 years at the Coliseum property.
And thank you, by the way, for believing me. And you guys know how hard-headed Renee can be. So once I convinced her, we moved on. But just really quickly, just a couple of comments. I also want to thank you all for your support in helping us pass the Propositions A and B. That will help us to continue to build nicer facilities on this site that will be utilized for events just like this, where we can give back to the community in exchange for things that the community really needs as it relates to with their small businesses, educations, child care, child support. One last thing I'd like to do is, and I always enjoy this because Renee has a specific emphasis on inviting our military and our leaders in law enforcement and privacy support in our communities. Would you please give them one big round of applause? Would you guys please stand? If you're a military service member or a police member or sheriff. The truth of the matter is without these members in our community, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we do. And the good news is that a lot of them are taking their educations and their skill sets that they learned while they were in there and creating businesses and continue to move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Derek. Our next speaker is a dynamic healthcare executive and physical therapist. She was appointed to the Bexar County Hospital District Board of Managers in 2024, brings over 20 years of healthcare leadership to the role. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Melinda Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. It is truly an honor to be here with you today. On behalf of the University Health Board of Managers, I want to warmly welcome all of our small business owners, vendors, partners, and community leaders who have joined us at this year's Small Business Conference. First, thank you for the work that you do to keep San Antonio and Bexar County moving forward. Small businesses are the backbone of our local economy, and when our small businesses thrive, our entire community becomes stronger, more resilient, and ultimately healthier. As a former small business owner of a home health agency, I remember being an attendee of one of these conferences way back at the convention center years ago. And like Honorable Lucy Adame Clark, who was 12, I was 10 back then. At University Health, we believe deeply in that connection. A strong local economy contributes directly to strong public health. That is why our commitment to supporting local, small, minority, and veteran-owned businesses is not just a policy, it is a priority. We actively seek to partner with small businesses across supply, services, construction, and many other areas. And I am proud to share that this year, through the end of this third quarter, University Health has already spent over $197 million with 587 local vendors. That is real opportunity, real impact, and real partnership. And the opportunities continue to grow. University Health is expanding, new clinics, new public health buildings, and new hospitals currently under construction. All of this means more contracts, more collaboration, and more ways for local businesses to participate in building the future of healthcare in Bexar County. So if you are a small business owner, today is your moment. Please visit our team at the University Health booth in Area P, as in Paul, or P as in power. Get registered, get connected, and let us know how you can contribute. We want to grow with you, innovate with you, and strengthen this community together. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for your partnership and for all that you bring to Bexar County. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Have a wonderful lunch and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. And finally, our next speaker is our keynote speaker. He's a visionary leader whose life and career have been shaped by resilience, justice, and a deep commitment to public service. From his family's journey as early Japanese immigrants, Judge Peter Sakai carries a legacy of perseverance and constitutional advocacy. The legacy inspired a career dedicated to protecting families and reforming systems. From his work with the Bexar County District Attorney's Office to his nationally recognized leadership in the Children's Court. As Bexar County Judge, he continues to display an unwavering dedication to the people of Bexar County. It's been my privilege to work for Judge Sakai over the last 4 years. Let me introduce Judge Peter Sakai.
Thank you, Mark. No, I know. Y'all are like, okay, let's get through this. I'm going to do my best. Hey, Renee, can we turn the lights on, please? Because I want to see. Yeah, there you go. All right. My name is Judge Peter Sakai. I'm your county judge. And it's my honor and privilege to be here today to be your keynote speaker. What is important today, and I'll say it in a nutshell, it's about access, it's about opportunity, it's about training, it's about mentorship, it's about education and network. Finally, it's all about connection to Bexar County, and that's all you need to know today, all right? As your county judge, I've provided strong, steady, effective leadership. But I only do that because I have great managers, supervisors, elected officials, and employees of Bexar County, over 5,000 employees. And that's the reason why I want the lights on, because I want to recognize the people that make me look good, and I want all Bexar County employees, elected officials, please stand and be recognized for the great customer service you provide for the taxpayers and citizens of Bexar County. Bexar County, be recognized. Obviously, Renee's been recognized and honored today and given awards. Mark Gacher, thank you for being the CIO of the county. Derek Howard, Executive Director of the CAB, who puts on and runs this great facility. And let me thank all of you for all the local businesses here in Bexar County. I'm excited because on November 4th, Bexar County voters spoke and both of the county's venue tax propositions passed, Proposition A and Proposition B. This is an important milestone for our community. It is a game changer, not just for the east side, but all of Bexar County. We will begin the process of renovating and upgrading the Freeman Coliseum, the Frost Bank Arena, and the Coliseum grounds, and bring economic redevelopment to the surrounding area. This will mean small local businesses will have the opportunity to participate in this community economic transformation. I will work with my colleagues on Commissioner's Court to ensure local small businesses secure contracts with the projects that will transform our community, our local labor force, and will bring true economic prosperity. When I took office as your county judge, I promised to make Bexar County the county of choice for business growth, economic development, and prosperity. To do this, I'm looking at a public-private partnership to maximize the tools and what's available funding the county can bring to the table. I've done just that with the public-private partnership to bring a new baseball stadium to the western side of downtown and a $1 billion, billion with a B, investment in this area by Graham Weston and Western Urban Development. I've also done this by leading and securing the expansion of manufacturing companies, bringing 2 new Japanese companies to Bexar County, passing the venue tax, and attracting private investment to the east side. All of this activity will generate new opportunities for local business growth and development. This business activity will provide good paying jobs. Without economic and growth, development and growth, everything will stay the same. And this is unacceptable to me. I'll say it another way. Status quo isn't the way to go. I want each and every one of you to be part of the growth that is coming to Bexar County. Please use this conference to network, connect with other people, businesses, and to the county. Use today to discover how you can participate in the growth and economic success Bexar County will see in the coming years. Walt Disney once said, quote, "The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing." Our community has begun doing by approving the venue tax election. I have begun by bringing solutions to the unmet promises of economic development to the east side. The Commissioner's Court has begun supporting economic growth countywide. Now let us begin today to develop and create a vision, not only for the east side, but all of Bexar County. A vision rooted in transparency, hard work, and dedication to each other for economic growth and prosperity. God bless Bexar County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Judge Sakai. And next, Renee Watson is going to come up.
Thank you, Mark. Didn't Mark do a great job? How's everybody doing? We are definitely inspired. Thank you, Judge Sakai, for your leadership and your vision on what we're trying to do with the small and local business community, and for your time today. We are now where we're at the point that says, no person does this alone. Team, welcome my team. Whether it's Tracy, our compliance team, Jason, come on up, come on, hurry, 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 county employees, and our interns from Alamo Colleges. This event and everything we do all year takes more than just Renee Watson. So this is our team. Thank you, Judge, Court, for this tremendous budget we have for this team. So we really appreciate it. We will now take an opportunity to say thank you. We will break. Our program has now concluded. We thank Mark. I chased Mark for 3 years for him to serve as my MC. Now maybe I get some better broadband at the county. Thank you. You did an incredible job. Thank you to all of my elected officials, all of our partners, all of our leaders. Thank you for all of our supporters. Thank you for our military. I do want to announce that Mr. Garrity that you see, Walter, raise your hand. He was at our first conference 25 years ago, and he has been a partner along with the American Legion. So when we say we salute your service, we mean that, and we follow the direction. I did not serve, but my dad did in the Marine Corps, so I'm a part of the auxiliary to the American Legion. So I feel like I'm still part of the family. So we thank you and all of you do. We want to retire the table right now that we have for the missing man and the POW MIA. So we will take a few minutes to do that before we dismiss our exhibitors. We want to retire the table. So do they need to stand for that? Please stand with us. If you have a hat on, please remove your hat. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. Except our exhibitors, because we are now dismissing our exhibitors to return to the exhibit floor. If you're a small business, please remain seated. We appreciate our staff, so you can return to duty.
Now we can return to duty.
But we're going to take pictures first, so don't leave yet. We thank you, our head table, so you may return to duty and say thank you as well. We will take about 10 minutes before we have everyone else return to the exhibit hall. At this time, only exhibitors will be allowed back to go to their booths. So our AV company, if you can play some nice jazz music while we're waiting. Thank you, and thank you, everyone. Yeah. Don't judge. Yeah. it's time to return to the exhibit hall. So the exhibit hall is now open for everyone to go and do those final networking, attend the 2 o'clock workshops that you've been able to identify. So please return to the exhibit hall, and we appreciate you. And this event is scheduled for December 6th in 2026. So if you did not get a program, we have some up front. We also have some out in you can use the QR code and access it online. All of the workshop PowerPoints will be posted on our website as of next week. So if you didn't get to go to some of the workshops and they had a presentation, we have those and we will be posting them on our website. All right? Thank you. Okay. Yo, you steady. All right, watch that front, Mr. Wallace. You got me nervous.
you.